Their region locking is the biggest game. Oh, I couldn't fucking agree more. Disagree more? That would be the exact opposite of what I intended to say, Greg. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. Region locking is a massive fucking sham. But anyway, we're in year 218 of the Absolute Realm, Dwarf Fortress. Let's get going. I was kind of stalling a little bit because I was worried my power was going to go out again, but I think we're okay. I think that we are okay. So once again, year 218 of Longdeath. The humans have just arrived to trade. We are in the early summer. And we're going to see. Am I? No, we are not in the bunker. Just making sure. But we are hoping that dwarves are going to make babies. I haven't started locking them in bedrooms yet, but we might get to that point today. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. But yeah, no, postage is more expensive than broadband, yeah, which is why those mail-in DVD services are becoming more and more antiquated as time goes on. Because, well, they obviously don't want to be paying for... Whoa. Another screen I just learned has mouse support. Wow, that screen has full mouse support. Clicking done even exits. That is wild. Whenever I find a screen that just randomly has mouse support, I always get super confused. It's like, Tarn, why did you implement this? Why did you implement this? It's the duty is of all upcoming citizens to marry and procreate for the good of the empire. Imagine if the Roman Empire had social media. I've been trying to like imagine that world for a little bit now. And how long they would have lasted. Or not lasted, alternatively. Another coin for your Witcher. Frog for hire. You know, it's funny that you have the username Frog for Hire, because we need to get my friend Fog, F-O-G, in here, and then my other friend Froggy Frog in here, and then we need to bring back Frog Tips, and then we'll have all of the frogs. Because I don't know if you're familiar with Frog Tips, but Frog Tips was a pretty good running joke that we had in here for a bit, but can easily, of course, be found over here at the glorious website frog.tips. To get tips on how to correctly operate your frog, obviously. Because frog tip number 2668, frog can easily be reset to factory defaults by obtaining a return authorization and mailing your appropriately swaddled frog to an authorized Frog Systems Inc. service center. Not that that has anything to do with anything, but... It would have collapsed so much faster.
Many people ask me,
Potentially, yes. Speaking of tips on how to correctly operate your frog, how are you doing, Stone McRhine, Esquire the Third? I hope things are going well over in your neck of the Arizona. I have all this rain. Would you like some? It started this morning and is now raining harder. Watching a bit of IndyCar race. It's what people have been saying. I was going to say this earlier, and then Hobo was just like, watching IndyCar. I was going to say this earlier, and I was going to say, I'm sad. It's Sunday, and I don't have F1. But you guys are all over here just fucking watching IndyCar. But here's my reason for not watching IndyCar, right? It happens during my stream, which wouldn't exactly be great for my scheduling. So, you know. It's always race week in this household. I mean, if it works, man. If it works. It's funny because, like, I know for a fact that my mother hates the fact that I've gotten into racing. There's always a race to watch. Not when they're during your workday, hobo. And your workday requires your full attention. Like, this is the problem with being a professional Twitch streamer, is I can't just, like, play video games while I'm working, you know? Like, when I'm working, I'm working. You know, like, back in my old job, or my last job, I would, like, loiter a little bit while doing work in certain parts of the of my workplace because I could, like, get away with, like, checking my phone a little bit more, or you know, like, throwing something up on one of the TVs and, like, just working a little bit slower. But then there's me now. It's like, well, I guess I could have, like, the thing running, but it wouldn't have sound, and it's like, man. Man. It's just not the same, you know? It's just not the same. Oh, also, for those of you who have Rise of Nations, install that and show up at Evil Trick stream tomorrow, because I think we're doing more of that tomorrow morning. Also, Frog for Hire with the first notification of the day. Thank you very much for the first resub of the day. With the Twitch Prime for the second month, meaning the first one wasn't a goddamn mistake. I think that's what I'm going to say now when people subscribe for a second month. The first one wasn't a mistake. Welcome back. There's definitely people who subscribe for the first month and realize minutes later that it was a mistake. It's like, you did it again. Welcome back. Should probably sell some of this clothing. He'll probably switch to the Patreon. Do what you want to do, really. Do what you want to do. The Patreon is a bit more direct, but the Twitch subs do help in their own way, even if it does give some money to Amazon. Even if it does give some money to Amazon. Makes you feel old? Frog Tips was like less than a year ago, though. So it's not that old. Why not both? I mean, that's actually what I tell people is the ideal. Is it's like, that's actually what I tell people is the ideal. Is subscribe on Patreon and Twitch, but it's also too much to ask of some people. Just because it's hard to explain how valuable a Twitch sub is to a streamer, because, like, financially it's less as helpful, but when you factor in the, oh, if you have X number of subs, you can get a better split from Amazon, and when you factor in, oh, if you have X number of subs, then you can make big requests of Twitch, such as like partner promotion weeks and whatnot, and actual front page time, that's when it becomes actually valuable. But yeah, no, I tend to agree with you. It's more just I just dislike large corporations that are run by bajillionaires. I'm kind of right there with you. So I don't know. Ethically, I couldn't agree more. Fuck the big companies, but there is ways where it is helpful to have Twitch subs. There's so much music we need to talk about. Dude, I'm literally around every Monday. You just need to fucking DM me and say that you're free. Like, I'm around every Monday. and every Friday. It's all up to you. You just, the thing is, I try real hard, and the reason I say it's up to you is because those are my days off, right? So I'm not at my computer. I'm just existing. If you just like shoot me a DM and be like, dude, recording in 4 hours, I'll be like, fuck yeah, and I'll show up and I'll edit the damn thing the same day. But like, I don't know. I have not been in the mood of like, I need to find work to do on my day off. Unless I specifically already have work that I need to get done, and I'll do it. I've been trying really hard to just not work. $3. Thanks for the $3. Cheers, Squivnir. Cheers and thank you. I wish I could tell you how much money in ad revenue I got from you watching all of Longdeath, but I don't know if I could do that. I can tell you that episode 1 of Longdeath has made me about $30 in ad revenue in the 8 months that it's been up. I can say that much. But thanks for the $3. Cheers. Thanks for the $3 hairs. You turn on ad block after 3 ads? That's fair. I don't blame you. It's a lot of ads. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I've actually disabled that on the later videos. And I've disabled that on some of the older ones too. Because like there's a option where it puts them in the middle of the videos, and it has that on by default. And it does this thing where it'll clump up the ads and it'll put like 10 in like in a 30-minute period of time, which is ridiculous. So I just like reference those. I don't know what it's referencing. I just hear people say it and it just kind of caught on. Doll hairs. It rhymes. I don't know. It's fun to say. No, I get that. No, I fucking get that. I mean, I always tell people, it's like, if you sub to me on Twitch, now you can ad block my YouTube videos and not feel bad about it. Although there is a option to give the YouTube channel $2 a month, or actually I think it's $1.75, which just turns off ads. But nobody uses that feature, and I don't really promote it, so. And of course, there's YouTube Premium, which is its own fucking dog shit nightmare hole. You've been watching my game walkthroughs and patch note stuff? You let the ads play on a different device that you don't watch? Huh. I mean, fair enough. There's some YouTube channels where I will watch the whole ad. Lizard Champ. Which one are you looking for? Lizard Bongo? Is that what you're looking for? Lizard Bongo? I don't know which one you're looking for. Or Lizard Bob? That one? I'm assuming you're looking for one of Cooler's animated thingies. Yeah, I guess we sold all of the stuff already. That's actually kind of impressive. Sell those training weapons. But yeah, no, don't, I'll just say this. Just don't fucking worry about, don't fucking worry about ad blocking the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel exists more as a ad for this stream anyway. And like a backup, if that makes any sense. It's like, well, in the long term, if things go bad, on the Twitch channel, I have the YouTube channel as a backup. Or if I ever do actually need to, you know, go on a vacation or something, I can do that. And the YouTube channel makes that a little bit possible. But so what it is YouTube has an algorithm built in. Well, bajillions of algorithms. But it has one built into its uploading process. And if you upload a video that's longer than 15 minutes, this is automatically ticked on. And what it is it's a little checkbox that just says insert ads into the middle of the video. And it will just, you used to have to do it manually. So you'd have to go in and find portions of the video or select where in the video you wanted to place an ad break. No one ever did that. So what they did was they added an automated system to insert ads into longer videos. But the problem with streams is every single time there is a pause or a bit of silence or more than like 5 seconds without noise, it assumes that it's a break in the video and it inserts an ad there. Now, this includes me doing that. So that'll be enough for it to insert an ad. And if you watch any streams, you'll know that there will be points where the streamer doesn't say anything for 30 seconds or a minute maybe. Or I get up and use the toilet or whatever. And those add up to suddenly time flying by like that. Diorite Bound Codex, a book without a name? One-page essay and Start Your Day with the Mountain Halls? Authored by Animal. This is a very old book that has a very fancy binding now. Man, this book is almost as old as this fortress. So yeah, that is why that is why you'll get ads like that, and I disable it in the videos that I upload now. Do I upload the whole stream to YouTube? Oh yeah, the whole 7 hours. Well, the 1-bit chunk of game at a time, and if it's relevant to the YouTube channel. I don't know if you can set them to duplicate specific books. I don't really know how scribes work. Something steals the book? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've never had anything actually successfully steal my books. So, I mean, I've had Gray Langer's attempt to steal my books with very little luck. But, because very early on in Longdeath, we got assaulted by several runs of Gray Langers that would run straight into the library and try and steal stuff. Very ineffectively, but they would try. One of the merchants have embarked on their journey. My trader is not requested at the depot. I would like to trade the last of the stuff. So get the other trader down here if possible. So the last time we streamed, we did actually get a bunch of new dwarves. They're all merchants though. So if anybody would like a dwarf, just keep in mind they're old, surly, and probably about to keel over and die. Darn, I missed both of them. They're old, surly, and probably about to die. So keep that in mind. But if you're okay with this, you could have a dwarf in the fort. How's your dwarf? I don't think you've written a few books, but not in a while. You haven't made any great discoveries or anything. You feel pleasure after putting on an exceptional item, and one should always return a favor, is the most recent thing you say. Does that mean you'd like a dwarf, Lizards? You do still dream of mastering a skill, and Ryan, you are impervious to the effects of stress after seeing the sun in the year 196. You saw the sun once, and you're now impervious to the effects of stress. I wish it was that easy, right? Just you walk out into the sun, vomit. I no longer get stressed. Just vomit that stress out of your body. Just get rid of it all. But I will take that to mean that you would like a dwarf, Lizards. So Lizards said, I saw a dwarf tell the story of the appointment of the dwarf vampire Zaloro, Weregranite, to the position of militia captain of the Eternal Adventure of Time in the late autumn of year 114 at the Simple Dinner. It is interesting. That was a long bit of text. You are married to another dwarf who is not in this fortress, and you are 145 years old, born on the 23rd of Timber in the year 73. He is muscular with a broad body. His hair is incredibly straight, and his long sideburns are neatly combed. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is braided. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his nose bridge is incredibly concave. His nose is short, and his cobalt eyes are slightly close set. His small, free-lobed, flattened ears are somewhat narrow, and his eyebrows are quite long. His hair is white with flecks of gray, and his skin is sandy taupe. Neatly combed, yes. He personally thinks that the pursuit of skills in warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, but of course dreams of mastering a skill, does not have feelings of emotional attachment, and never has felt even a moment's connection with another being. Wow. Which is probably why you left your wife in a different fort. He relies on the advice of others during decision making, and he lives a slow-going and leisurely pace. He does not easily hate and very rarely develops negative feelings, and tends to be passive in discussions. He has a tendency to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and tries to keep his things orderly. He is quick to anger and curious and eager to learn. Finds obligations confining and he is conflicted by this since he believes in the importance of the rule of law. He has an active sense of humor, and he enjoys the company of others. He's a friendly individual and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He occasionally overindulges and is not inherently proud of his accomplishments and talents. All right, well, you dream of mastering a skill, so you know what? I'm going to give you clothes making and something we don't do very often of glass making. And I think I'm going to give you furnace operating and butchery. Why not? Something for you to do. Also, looks like me and Evil Trick tomorrow are going to be playing Age of Empires 1. So if you have Age of Empires 1, download and install Age of Empires 1 and follow Evil Trick over on Twitch. It was one of my teammates. There will be a post on the Discord tomorrow when that's happening. Fortress attracted no migrants, and it continues. But enjoy the code. If you have any questions, give me a shout. If you have any questions, give me a shout. But yeah, no. Longdeath is a grand, happy fortress with many problems. Discuss the voice. I really, 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 really wish that they were talking about the TV show. Man. Somebody make a meme out of that, please. Did you guys know that the dwarves could discuss the voice? Of course. The very, very hit reality competition TV show. The Voice. You can't watch that show? The only place I've ever seen that show is in a sushi place that is no longer there because their chef passed away of a heart attack. There was a sushi place that was up this street that was run by this very elderly Japanese couple. And I think they're two kids. And it was hands down, far and away the best sushi in my city. It was just incredible. They would only... it was one of those places where it was just $30 at the door, and it was what they had. So it was $30 at the door. They'd bring out an appetizer, and they'd just bring out what they had. So you kind of had to be a bit adventurous, and it was wonderful. So it was kind of a traditional Japanese place. One day I walked past it, and it was just flowers in front of the front door and a sign basically stating it's like, yeah, the chef passed away. I was like, oh no. But the Voice was always up on TV in there. It was I guess just their favorite show. And the elderly lady who was the wife who worked the front counter would just sit there and watch it and look very happy all day. So, I mean, I guess it was just her show. She would just put it on. So that's what I think of when I think of The Voice. I think of good sushi. And the fact that it was replaced by a kind of mediocre Indian restaurant. So burritos are made. Okay, good stuff. Did you take photos of the burrito and post it in the Halcyon Frequency Discord and my Discord, or do I need to point a gun emote at you? But also, yes, fuck The Voice. Terrible fucking show. It was like usual television. Uh-huh. You have so many just okay Indian places here. I mean, the thing is we have a couple incredibly good Indian places, so everything else is just like, yeah. It's like, why would you go to any of the average sushi places when there's one or two brilliantly great sushi places? How's our king doing? Feels pleasure after putting on an exceptional item and doesn't feel anything after being unable to acquire something for too long. You literally just acquired something. You needy little shit. Although the king wants ballista arrows and the mayor wants grates. Never change, guys. Never change. Pics of burritos. Yeah, I want pics of your burritos. Pics or it didn't happen. You could be lying about this glorious burrito and actually have eaten toast with jam. How do we know if you're actually eating this delicious burrito that you were describing unless we see pictures of that delicious burrito that you were describing? Got to spend that kingly fortune on something? As if they have things to spend. As if they have things to spend. They serve beef and it's like, why? Nah, man, lamb. Fucking, you're going to an Indian place? Lamb. Lamb. Lamb! All the way, man. I eat lamb like once or twice a year, and it's always either Indian food or that Greek place that I go to at my parents' house. Or goat, yeah. Goat or lamb. But I fucking... When you're given the option between goat or lamb, you choose the fucking lamb, okay? That's not even a question. It's a requisition system. Ooh, true. You just like end up with more items than other people because you're just making demands for them. All right, Kingy, you happy? There you go. You happy. Mayor, not happy. Okay, we need the mayor to be happy. Choose all yum. It's a bit much, but whatever works. Be offensive to an Indian restaurant given the Hindi beliefs? Duh. Yep. It would be religiously illegal. I mean, I've been to Indian restaurants that have beef as an option, which I'm fine with if that's what somebody wants to order. But if that's all that they have, nah. Leftovers? Yeah, true. Leftovers with curry is real good. Fuck, I'm getting hungry and it's only 11 o'clock. Come on, guys. Like, what? We're doing the food talk, and it's only 11:15, and I need my dwarves to make babies. I'm going to put them into the celebrate room until we run out of booze. It wasn't all they had, but it was like, why serve that? Because some people are picky eaters. So here's the thing, right? You don't really think of Americans as being particularly religious, right? But there are some Americans that are very set in their ways that the only meat that exists is beef. So my assumption with because I've been in Indian restaurants too that serve beef as an option. My assumption there is it's just something that gets requested so much. It's against your own logical profits to not have it on the menu. You know, it's sort of like Chinese buffets that also have French fries and pizza. It's like, well, do you need to have that there? Does it make any logical sense for it to be there? No. If you put it there, do you make a lot more money? Yes. Fuck yeah, capitalism. That's what I see. I don't necessarily see it as like, oh, they're going against their religion to have it. It's more of a, oh, well, it's logical to have this because if they don't have this, then you're leaving a lot of money on the table. But Chinese buffet fries are delicious. They're exactly, in my experience, Chinese buffet fries are identical. And I literally mean identical to the point where or the only Chinese place that I know of that has fries that's close-ish to me. Their fries are literally just KFC fries. Like, it's not, they're not even like fucking around. They're just straight up KFC fries. They all come from Cisco. True fact, I know somebody who works at Cisco. He's a refrigerator tech. Well, actually, I knew somebody whose dad worked at Cisco. I'm assuming he still works there because he was kind of a career guy. But no, I mean, there are brands that go through Cisco, right? So there's different options. Fun fact, when I worked at McDonald's, like, every single shipment we'd get a couple of bags of ice milk, so the mix that goes into the ice cream machine, that was branded Dairy Queen. Every single time without fail. We would get one or two that were just branded Dairy Queen, which I still think is hilarious. I don't know why, but I find that way too funny. It's like, Martin Brower, there you go. Martin fucking Brower. People who know, and everybody else is like, what? Martin who? Martin what? Come on, dwarves, get married. My favorite truth fact about McDonald's is the ice cream machine's never broken. They just turned it off because they don't want to give you ice cream. And then because somebody turned it off and they don't want to give you ice cream, the rest of the people don't know how to turn it back on or realize that it's off, so they assume it's broken. And then all of the ice cream molds inside of it, and then someone realizes how to turn it back on, turns it back on, and then you get moldy ice cream. And then I clean the mold out. Back when I had that job. Don't eat ice cream at McDonald's. Moral of the story. You never had the urge for it? Quite literally, it's like if you smell the ice cream, like if you ever want to be cured of ever wanting McDonald's ice cream, and you get the opportunity to go behind the counter in a McDonald's, you can open up the top of it and smell the inside of it. You'll never want to eat that ice cream again. I stopped eating McDonald's ice cream within 6 weeks of getting hired because I smelled it once. And I just... It's the same at every location I've worked at, and I've worked at 5 locations. It's always the same. Are McDonald's apple pies similarly afflicted because they were equally with mold fungus ridden? I mean, not really. You clean the machine? Oh, I did too. Were you also maintenance? Were you also maintenance? I would clean the grills while people were still working on them. I'd walk up behind them and just like, yeah, the pies are just fucking frozen. Like, the pies are totally fine. I mean, no, they're not. You shouldn't eat them because they're disgusting. But I guess in theory, they're just like, if anything, they're freezer burned. But no, like I would like walk into the McDonald's and like start my shift up, and within 20 minutes I'd be cleaning the grills while they're still doing stuff on them, and I just walk up behind the crew and just like pour a bucket of water on the grill, and everybody would jump 4 feet because they think the place exploded. Except for the filter oil, I did everything. I did filter oil, I did grills, I did ceilings, walls, floors, wheels, underneath things, bathrooms, lobby. I pressure washed the lobby. I pressure washed indoors, outdoors, pressure washed the kitchens at times. I did everything. Yeah. Over multiple locations for 8 years. Yeah. If it exists in McDonald's, I've cleaned it hundreds of times. Do the machines have mold so often? No, it's literally just the ice cream machine. The ice cream machine and the pot machines that usually mold because no one knows how to clean them. And they'd only have mold when I would show up in a location that I didn't normally work at. So if I would go into a location that I didn't work at, you were crew, that's not legal. I was maintenance. But yeah, no, actually, yeah, that's not legal for them to give you that job, especially if they're not giving you the pay boost, because maintenance got paid, it was $3 an hour more than crew where I worked. So if they're making you do if they were making you do maintenance labor and not labeling you as maintenance and giving you the pay raise, that's illegal. You could make them back pay you if you still worked for the company, but I don't think you did. I'm assuming you don't because you said was. So yeah, no, that's illegal. Fun fact. Did you also go through the side to clean up the pee of a little kid? I pulled underage. Well, I called the police on underage kids having sex in the play place after we'd locked it. So, and you don't want to know where I found used condoms in that store. $4.25 an hour. I think at the time I was getting $13.10 when I got hired. When minimum wage here was $10.25. No. But yeah, no, urine was a weekly occurrence in the play place. Maybe twice a week. Urine. That was an easy day. Urine was an easy day. I'm a party pooper? Don't fucking bang in my workplace, you shitboard. Jesus Christ.
And just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
It's like you can fuck wherever you want. Go outside, just go into your car, just like in an alleyway, buy the dumpster, do whatever the fuck you want, but don't do that in my workplace. Fuck off. It's not a party pooper. It's literally I don't fuck in my workplace, please. You feel horrible? I doubt that you're actually messing with me. You're being honest. Which just means you're a horrible person. Let's see, I've cleaned blood off of the ceiling. I cleaned blood out of the play place a couple of times from like kids getting cut. There was like one corner where like kids would scratch themselves. And I'm surprised that never got us a lawsuit. I told them to fix it. They never did. There was like one bolt that was like jammed out of angle. And kids would slide over it and it would cut them. So that was fun. So I cleaned blood out of the play place a number of times. I found a bag of lettuce from 1998 in the basement. This was in 2014. So it was like an empty bag filled with powder and a dead expiration date. That was fun. What time of year are we into? I think we'll let them hang out here until fall. Or until they start getting thirsty, whatever happens first. And I need to make another ballista arrow. Did I consume the powder? No, I threw the whole thing into the garbage. We also had a sewage line explode in the basement. That was fun. I cleaned that up. I cleaned up after multiple knife fights. I watched people die. Yeah, people joke about working at McDonald's, but Jesus Christ, shit was intense. I saw one... I watched a kid overdose and die in my drive-thru. Like, in front of me. He was, like, younger than me, too. I watched a elderly man have a heart attack in the lobby. I've seen 4 people die in my time working in watched 4 people die in my time working at McDonald's. And the humans are here with their delivery of paperwork for Stone and tribute to the glorious lords at Longdeath. And I just realized both... Oh, no, never mind. For a second there, I thought this one was pulling a horse. He's carrying it. He's still carrying it. Okay, so their culture hasn't changed. Do you ask any questions that actually have logic to them, or are you just being an idiot? F6. You've worked at a gas station for like 5 years and have not had anything vaguely as wretched happen? Don't work at McDonald's. Okay, cool. Keep being an idiot then. Don't ever change. Because that would be direct. Like, if you asked a question like that and I said yes, that would be directly you associating me with being implicit to the sell of illicit drugs through my workplace, which wouldn't only be illegal, but would also just be a really shitty thing for me to admit. Even if that was a thing, that's a really fucked up question for you to ask. The same sort of shenanigans that happen in every fucking fast food place that's open 24 hours, Quavenair. Oh boy. I see an iron pike. I like to imagine it's just an iron fish that we hang on the wall. Yeah, I believe that. Tasers will do that, man. Tasers will do that. Yeah. No, I grew up in a, not a small town, but like a way less busy suburb of Vancouver. And it was, whoa. Hold on a second. Is that more than, fuck. Yeah, that's 2.5 pages. Hold on a second. Echidna leather quiver. Scroll up until I hit the echidna leather quiver. Okay, no, where's that fucking quiver? Where is that quiver? Oh, wait, never mind. That's the quiver right there. Okay, so it's like 1.5 pages. Okay, so that's the quiver right there. I thought the quiver was further up. Whew. Still, though. Yeah, no, I made it out. I know so many people who are still there, though. It's actually kind of upsetting. Although my favorite thing to always tell people about the McDonald's that I worked in is the one that I worked in the second longest. The one that I worked in the second longest had a room, which I discovered after working there for 3 years. I realized that behind one of the bookshelves, let me know when you're good to go, Stone, and I can pop up the next one. Behind the bookshelves, well, the utility shelves in the basement in my cleaning area. Apparently, we need to wait for them to actually show up because they haven't walked down here yet. But in that cleaning area, there was a shelf, and behind it was a door that was bolted shut. And one day I got really brave, and I had nothing to do because we were closed partially for renovations, so I had about a third of the work that I needed to get done. And I moved the bookshelf and I unbolted the door. And I looked at what was behind the door. Behind that door was a graveyard of all of the old animatronics, statues, and costumes of Ronald McDonald and the other various characters, including the one that is now considered to be racist and illegal. There was about a dozen statues that were like just down there rotting, as well as like, the full body costumes and everything. There was multiple benches with Ronald McDonald's bolted to them. Those benches that had just like Ronald McDonald like sitting there with his arm up, where you could like sit with Ronald and get your photo taken. There was multiples of those, and like just like every other thing you could possibly imagine. I actually have a photo of it around somewhere, and one of these days I'll go dig it up and show it to you guys. But yeah, it was quite literally like that. Like one of the Ronalds' faces was completely gone, like it had just rotted off. There we go. That's a less stupid tribute. Whew. That one is much more reasonable. Yeah, basically, yeah. The victims of the Hamburglar, including a statue of the Hamburglar. So yeah, that was a very amusing thing to go through, was finding that room. So I'm going to assume you got it, Stone. There you go. But yeah, that was one of my favorite things to reminisce on. Cool. We are assembling a ballista arrow. And then I'm going to put them back in there for a little bit. They really are, yeah. Clever. There was a reason why the room was locked. It turns out, actually, they unlocked it for certain events. They actually would go down there and like pull the costumes out and make employees wear them occasionally, which one of the employees that I worked with thought was the greatest thing in the world, and he fucking loved it, and everybody else looked at him like he was insane. The dwarves have arrived to trade. And I don't know what to sell them. You know, there is part of me that just wants to sell all of my iron bars. Or like all of my damaged bins, but it's really hard to like empty them out. It's like I also really want to go through here and just sell all of the tools, but it's like all of the quires and things. It's actually kind of amazing, all of the stuff that actually degrades. Oh, we still actually had a payphone in the restaurant when I got hired. The year after I got hired, they got rid of it. But then again, when I got hired, I think it was 3 weeks before they got their automated drive-through system put in, and they were still like taking orders at the drive-through window. I got hired 3 weeks before they got the automated system put in, which was 2012, beginning of 2012. My Ficod from the Mountain Home says, hello, I am your outpost liaison. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our dwarves? Just the usual, please. And actually, I'm going to also request fancy metal. Fancy metal. Fancy metal. Rose gold. And black bronze. Thank you. That may have been the reason for the parking lot resulting in ODs. What, for me? What, the fact that they got rid of the, why am I blanking on this? I am completely blanking on this. Why, because of the removal of the payphone? No, the resulting ODs was more just the town that I was in. The town that I was in had a massive heroin problem. The purple guy was banned in Canada for being a racial stereotype. The purple guy. It's supposed to be a what do you call it? Chicken Nugget, right? Grimace, was that his name? I don't know. I don't know what any of their names are. I was just the cleaning guy. But no, the reason there was so many ODs in my McDonald's wasn't because of the lack of payphones, trust me. No, it was definitely because of the local heroin gangs. It was definitely because of that shit. Also, the other issue with the McDonald's mascots was because they were I'm trading all of the not named weapons. Because they were marketed towards children and directly causing child obesity, because they, were marketed towards children and were what's the word I'm looking for here? Heavily marketed towards children and causing problems with, children's diets and all that. Because of the heavy amounts of marketing towards kids, a lot of those mascots were just kind of done away with due to, you don't really want your kids being told day after day that they really want to eat food that's awful for them. Also going to sell all of the large clothing because I kind of have a lot of it. There we go. But yeah, no, when you really think about it, it's kind of a not a good thing to be advertising mascots of garbage food to little kids. If heroin had a marketing agency, it would be clowns and puppets too. I don't necessarily doubt that. Whoa, Patchwork, you're a newly depressed dwarf. Well, you want to practice martial art? All right, well, we will put you into the Eternal Hammer and get the Eternal Hammer training like we tend to. We're selling off a lot of ammunition and such, which I've just kind of accumulated over a long time, which I'm going to sell and replace. It's very hard to eat well. It depends on where you shop. But yeah, when there's no shops available that are not fast food quality, it can be very difficult. Depends on what cities you're in. Cassie, like there's certainly parts of the world where yes, that is completely true, and it's very easy to access quality food. There are parts of the world where that is not true. At least here, like if I were to go grocery shopping at Walmart, yeah, no, like quality food would be very hard to find. But I spend more money on foodstuffs than I probably should, realistically. For one person, but I buy high quality good food. Like it's the one thing that I really splurge on is good quality organic food. It's like I certainly probably would be doing a lot better financially if I didn't do that, but he claims the food is just better. Yeah, no, I mean it like I said, it completely depends on where you live. You know, I listened to a podcast where one of the hosts talks about how he lost 15 kilos when he moved to Japan, just because of the quality of the food is just better. Health is important. Yeah, I mean the one thing I really spend money on is food. It's the one thing I spend money on. And I do that kind of intentionally. And generally, I think that it's worth it. Generally, I think it's worth it. It's just like fancy organic mushrooms are one of my guilty pleasures. Like I spent $8 on giant portobello mushrooms on Friday because I got 4 of them. It's like expensive for mushrooms, but those are big, good mushrooms. Electrum, bronze, black bronze, rose gold, copper. I don't need the copper. I'll buy the silver. Why not? Steel, electrum, black bronze, brass, steel. Silver, silver, rose gold, silver, electrum. That. Perfect. Cheaper than beef patties? Well, why the fuck would I buy beef patties? I mean, absolutely not. I could buy, I don't know, 10 meals worth of beef patties for that amount of money, give or take. I can't feed myself with just mushrooms. It's not quite how foodstuffs works. See if that helps you, Patchwork. Uneasy after dwelling upon seeing Coldfire's dead body. That sucks. But satisfied after learning about dodging. Let's see if that fixes you. Hoping it will. But no, you could do that. Animal, have you ever thought about being a nice person to me for a whole day? I know that that's so much to ask. Have you ever just thought about being nice to streamer for a little bit? No? Oh, okay, fair enough. I'm just gonna bully streamer for your entire life. That's all that you're gonna do. And it's funny because like I ask you that question, but that asking that question very much answers your question. It's like I won't stop you if you want to just be mean to me. Like if that's how you get your kicks, then within reason, more power to you. But yeah. I don't even know what that is. Stone. Quartzite pestle. Oh, you mean like a mortar and pestle? Interesting. So tonight I have to finish editing a video for tomorrow. It's gonna go up probably around 2 p.m. Pacific. I've been trying to find a time of day that's really good for the most amount of people when watching YouTube premieres. So I'm gonna be putting up a no quartzite mortar. Yeah, it's very unfortunate when they don't give us the mortar and pestle. So we don't have the full set. It's like it's like getting like a used piece of cutlery, but without the rest of the cutlery set. It's a lot of very happy thoughts on patchwork, so hopefully that fixes you. They are discussing muscles. And this dwarf is reading Mastering the Valve. Man, I'm still very amused that my dwarves were discussing the voice. I wonder what voice they were talking about. I really hope it's my voice. They just like, imagine living in this world where like every single day you just hear like a booming Twitch streamer just narrating your life. It sounds like a fucking nightmare. I don't ever want to live in that world. Instead, I just hear my voice narrating everything that I say. Whoopsies. That was me trying to move when tabbed out. Windows no likey. Can we like change the subject animal? That'd be real cool if we could do that. Did better instruments making them happier? Just like better tables make them happier. I walked past a fine Gwinu, which is, I think, how you pronounce one of the things. Research is Black Hole's current task. Tiny Goliath needs to make a great discovery. Tiny Goliath is only 49 years old after being born in year 169. And dreams of making a great discovery often feels filled with joy after gaining a sibling. And has an incredibly calm demeanor after a family member received justice through a criminal's conviction and is obsessed with order and structure in his own life with everything kept in its proper place. So you're a sociopath. But yeah, this dwarf down here desperately wants to make a great discovery and has been researching and writing a couple of times, but has never actually made a a great discovery. I wonder if you're friends, if this dwarf is related to Stone in any way. Or friends with Stone? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't even know Stone. Lives here with Stone. Doesn't even know Stone. Doesn't even know him. Pretty much. King wants 3 more ballasses. Of course you do. There you go, Kingy. How is Patchwork doing? Still dejected and depressed. Just had a good nap. Just gonna go back to training. What, the dring sound? The Windows sound? Probably. I'll have at least one click where I fucks that up and make sounds happen. Speaking of stone, how is stone? It's funny because Stone, I guess Patrick will have to get to know you because you guys are both in the same squad. Felt wonder after learning about dodging. I don't usually think much. That's how you're doing, Stone. I like that thought. I don't usually think much. 39 years old. That's a good recent thought for a dwarf. I don't usually think much. I just need more dwarves that don't usually think much and are frequently lustful. I need more dwarves like Sui's dwarf in this fort and Dragon Man's dwarf who just like make bajillions of babies. I wonder what dwarf had the most children in Dwarf Fortress. Like, I'd love to see a dwarf that, like, had 40-something children or something crazy. I think, like, 13 or 14 is, like, the most kids I've had from one dwarf. In this particular fortress. It was, like, a Riptorus or Sui or Dragon Man, one of those. They all had lots and lots of children. But we've certainly had less as of late. How many blocks do I have currently? Tons of mudstone. Good number of nice. Okay, I need diorite. So I'm just going to queue up a whole bunch of diorite blocks. Because I need those. Once we get those done, then I can start working on that library up above ground again. That's what I'd like to get done today. I'd like to actually finish that. So right now I've just been quiet enough long enough for YouTube to just be like, we should input an ad here. Which is frustrating, but... I just wish it was possible for me to default that to off instead of it defaulting to on. We just need to wait a little bit. Uploading burrito pics. I am very happy that you are uploading burrito pics. So my neighbors are listening to music really, really loudly, and I can't quite place what it is. I do have one of my windows open to just kind of let some fresh air in. So that's where the sound's coming in from, and I can't quite place what it is, but I just hear like doom, 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 doom. And the tune sounds like relatively familiar, but sometimes I wonder if I'm the loud, obnoxious neighbor, and then I realize, oh yeah, but like... my music is reasonable enough volume that I can go out into the middle of the backyard area with my windows open and not hear it at all. Whereas like I'm sitting here with headphones on and a window open a crack, and that's enough that I can hear the music coming into my house from out there. Damn, that's a lot of burritos, man. Holy shit. You know, okay, I'm looking at these burritos, right, Animal? One of these burritos is not like the other. One of these is not like the other. Also, did you eat all of that? Because if so, holy shit, man. That's a lot of burrito. But yeah, no. I like the fact that it's sitting on its own wrap, but not like wrapped in them. I think that you should have just like wrapped the last one. It's like one of these burritos is actually just corn on the cob, like trying to make a grand escape because it's a corn on the cob in disguise. It's like one of those is just like, okay, so which one of these burritos is just three corns of cobs in a trench? Which one of these burritos is just a corn on the cob in a trench coat? You know what I mean? Also, it's really hard to. It does look really good, Pilot Guy. It's really hard to look at that Discord and feel good about the food that I make in a world where Bellinair's posts exist. Like it's really just becoming like Bellinair's like food diary, and me realizing how inadequate my plating is. There's an imposter among us. Exactly. One of these is not actually a burrito. It is up for you. It is up to you to discover which one of these delicious snacks is not actually a burrito. And Patchwork is now satisfied about being a spear dwarf. So that's good. I learned about striking. I am very satisfied. Glad to see that you are happy, Dwarf. You're starting to eat them? That's... Man, I can't remember the last time I ate that much food in one sitting. Although my food last night fit onto 2 plates because I had a big old bowl of potatoes and vegetables and then a salad with it. And the salad got its own plate because I didn't really want to contaminate the big bowl of roasted vegetables and such with my salad. So it was a good salad too. You're just more interested in stuffing your face than taking pictures. But plating is half the fun, man. You eat for 2 people? Yeah, I used to be able to do that, and then my body stopped working. But like, yeah, it's because of the type 1 diabetes more than anything. But yeah, I used to be able to eat like tremendous amounts. I mean, I still don't gain weight, but like I just eat much more like logical amounts these days. I don't want to I don't want to contaminate my cold vegetables with hot vegetables, you know? Cuz like the salad was a cold salad. Like I made the boiled eggs earlier and cooled them to fridge temperature first, right? Like it was a cold salad with hot roasted vegetables, and I had a lot of hot roasted vegetables, and I didn't really want to put the hot roasted vegetables onto the same plate with the salad because my plates were all very small. Because I have like bowls and small plates, and I was using bowls, so I went with 2 bowls rather than pulling out my 1 large plate and then balancing it all on 1 large plate. So because I'm all about that bowl life and that small plate life. I'm not about that big fucking plate life. Those big fucking plates are just a bit much. Bit much for me. Bit much for me to see. Although, you know what's going to bother me all day today is that my uptime's wrong. Like, Twitch says that I've been streaming for 2 hours. I've definitely been streaming for 3. My power just went out after the first hour. For only like 20, like less than a second, but like still it was enough to knock me offline and boot my router offline, which cut my VOD. Smaller dishes make it look like more. I mean, yeah, that's the Chinese buffet school of food prep. Here's 15 tiny plates and you all get to share and everybody gets 1 piece. And then you get 15 little things instead of 1 really big thing. You know, I'm going to say a controversial statement here. I don't think we're actually losing much as a society if we never get back buffets after the pandemic is over. If we never get more buffets, I don't think we're actually losing anything. I think that is actually like an acceptable space to be in. Why? For eating too much? Or for like being obnoxious? for eating too much. The last big camping trip I went to with Scouts. The last camping trip I went to with Scouts was a winter camping trip, and after the trip was over, we went to this diner kind of up in Hope, BC. Like if you've ever seen Rambo 1, that town, that's Hope, BC. And there's this diner in the middle of it, which is just a small family-run diner. We went there, and I think I ate 3 meals back to back. 3 or 4 back to back. Buffets can be weird. I mean, it's not that buffets can be weird. It's they're exceptionally they're exceptionally bad for you, and also at the exact same time just incredibly fucking wasteful and really, really, really good at spreading diseases. Like, they're just absurdly bad for us and also absurdly bad for everything around us. It's like buffets are just like an example of everything that's wrong with the way we consume things. That's kind of amazing though, Pilot. Like, I would actually, like, congratulate you as an achievement. It's like, you guys literally ate a Chinese buffet out of House and Home, so fucking good job. Like, pat on the back. Even the adults were impressed. It's like, yeah, bunch of kids got kicked out of a fucking Chinese buffet for eating too much food. I would wear that as a, like, even with all my problems with buffets, I would wear that as a badge of honor. I don't believe I've ever done anything of the sort there. I've never been kicked out of a buffet, actually. I have been kicked out of a restaurant. I've been kicked out of bars for being too drunk, but I've never been kicked out of a like I've been like last call because you're too fucking drunk and told to leave and pay bill at bars before. But I've never eaten a Chinese place at a House and Home. Are you reading chat, Quivenair, or are you asking me? Because I've never been kicked out of a restaurant. I've been kicked out of bars for being too drunk. But Pilot Guy and his friends were kicked out of a Chinese buffet for eating too much food. Which, well, him and his scout group were. I've never been kicked out of a restaurant, though. There's a hole in this floor. I'm going to fix that. But yes, I've been booted out of a bar for, well, it's a restaurant bar thing, like, but it's more of a bar than a restaurant for being too drunk. Because I don't know, I had quite a long period of time in my life when I was working night shift at McDonald's where I drank way too much. Welcome back. Try playing a bit of Heroes of Newerth. That game still exists? Heroes of Newerth still exists? What? Didn't they make another, like, I thought that they, like, made another MOBA to replace Heroes of Newerth. Like, that studio did, and I thought that shut down, so I figured that Heroes of Newerth was gone. And this is coming from somebody who used to play Heroes of Newerth. Will they dissolve Sud in the Rain? No. They are treated exactly the same as every other block. Once a thing is a block, it is treated exactly the same as all other blocks. How long into the season? We're in late autumn currently. We are in late autumn. Wood blocks do burn, yes. That is the one exception. I don't know if, actually, now I wonder, if you have walls made of coal, do they burn? I made a wall out of soap. I've made floors out of soap. I made a bathhouse out of soap. I made a tavern. I mean, you could mod the game to make tables out of soap. I made a fortress out of salt. Salt blocks and a giant slug monster. Yeah, there you go. Just to make a fortress out of salt, and then a slug forgotten beast shows up and runs up through the bottom of your fortress, makes it up to the outer walls, and just dies. No, I said it after you did. You put it into chat, and then I typed it in. Or you put it into chat, and then I read it back. You've just got some delay. Or not much delay. I might already have a quote about that, but I'll quote it again just for you. 328 quotes. Let's quote 328. 328. I should suggest a quote. Channel redemption. It's true, my cat did try to jump into a flushing toilet. I flushed the toilet and the cat came flying around the outside of my apartment and like vaulted into the toilet while it was flushing. And then seemed very upset. It's quite funny. We have reached winter. Nope. No, they do not. They do not. Sorry to disappoint, Quivener. Sorry much to disappoint. I like how we got 2 cat-related quotes in one. I like how I really like that you just got 2 of those back to back, Hobo. Speaking of Hobo, when are we playing Portal Co-op? Because I'd be down to do that like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Saturday. I've got plans for tonight though. And then I've kind of decided I'm gonna play Portal Reloaded, just because it looks like fun. Why not? Wasn't planning on it, but nah. Quote that contained the word cat. I mean, I don't think that my bot is that advanced, but that would be neat. Maybe Saturday? Could do Saturday. Could do Saturday next week. Let's do it. That's what could go wrong, indeed. Yes, it's funny. I've got some pretty dumb quotes that I should probably delete. Although I've actually like destroyed the sanctity of the quote meta because I went and deleted a few of the early quotes because they were my ex or referencing my ex. So I've deleted like roughly 10 or so quotes, which means some of the early ones are now out of order. It's snowing in one corner of the map. Dwarves are almost finished with the construction. Well, I mean, she was on my stream a couple of times, right? Like we played Overcooked and stuff. Good memories. Leave the number and just say redacted. Oh, wow. Actually, yeah, that would have been very smart. Too late, though, because I don't remember what numbers they were. You know, I'll be honest. I'm still, like, shocked that I'm still streaming full-time after my ex left. Because, like, you guys quite literally stepped up to the plate to keep this channel funded after that. Actually, I think the correct quote there is, why is this caribou trying to make out with me? Because I was playing Hunter Call of the Wild and I kept getting, like, attacked by a random fucking caribou that kept running out of nowhere. Speaking of Hunter Call of the Wild, they added dogs. Aban, the merchant, is dejected. Lonely after being away from family, self-pity after being unable to practice a craft, and was out in a blizzard and feels dejected. Whoa! Hi, Zess. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for gifting 2 subs. Cheers, man. Apologies, though. There won't be any more Songs of Six VODs because I ran into a problem. Starting a new game and loading a save file in Songs... So loading in save file and placing the throne in Songs of Six crashes Twitch. I don't know why. It, like, interferes with OBS in some way that it breaks the streams, so that's all the Songs of Six that will go up. But there'll be some other stuff, too. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. People seem to quite enjoy those VODs, which makes me really sad that I can't stream more of it. I've notified the dev of the issue, though, and he said, thanks, so hopefully he fucking fixes it. The game was fun. I just... You know what? I don't... Do you have a significant other that is here? Yes, you do. All right. I will give you some various crafting jobs. Get you a little bit more employed, but if you misbehave, you're out. Yep, yeah, he's Swedish and a solo dev. But it interferes with OBS in some way that certain actions in the game crash streams, making the game completely unstreamable. Which is why I'm, like, rambling and cranky half of those VODs, because, like, my fucking stream kept going offline while I was playing it. I hadn't put two together yet. But... glad you enjoyed them. Lots of people did. Fucking 1,000 people watched the first part of that thing. Yes, I was pissed. You fucking bet I was pissed, man. But thanks for gifting 2 subs. Cheers, guys. Because, like, the pity is it's like, I also had to notify my team to not stream that game after I discovered that. Right after, like, I helped them all get keys for it. So, a little bit ironic, I guess, but... Okay, we're working on those ballista arrows. Haven't started working on the grates yet. Got a merchant that's attending a meeting. Serving prickled berry wine. Why would anybody want that? But yeah, no, I mean, I need to check in with Odd Realms soon, too. So that'll be a similar thing. As I haven't played, like, the last 3 or so patches of Odd Realm. Which I'd like to play. So, but oh well. I mean, there's other things going up on the YouTube channel. I mean, like the Ultimate ADOM VODs from the other day are going up now. I've got that Portal VOD that I put up. The 5 people who watched the Witness playthrough hopefully enjoyed that. Not that many people watched the playthrough of the Witness, but I think the people who watched them enjoyed them. Because they got a lot of likes, so there's that. But I don't know. I don't dance around the fact the majority of the people who watch my YouTube, also Calgar, enjoy the ad-free viewing for 30 days, courtesy of Zest. I don't really dance around the fact that the people who watch my YouTube channel are mostly there for Dwarf Fortress news. It's like secondary and third parties actually care about the VODs that I put up. It's very much like a very small percentage of the people who watch my YouTube stuff. Most of the people who are there are just there for DF news. Most of the people are there for waiting for me to make another video with Tarn, and then the rest of the people are there for DF news, and then there's a few people who are there for the VODs. But like I always say, it seems like the people who are there for the VODs really enjoy the VODs that they get to see. So that part is cool. That part is cool. Aban's going to go have another meeting. We'll see if you survive. Cool. Once you're done with that meeting, I'm going to lock everybody upstairs. Let's go back to the celebrate room. Really? Patrick's still upset? You weren't upset for a bit. You got upset again? That's not a good sign. You're just hanging out there, I guess. Yeah, no, there's a lot of games out there with solo devs that are really good. But fortunately, I think I was able to play enough of Songs of Six that the majority of people who watch my stream got to see it. Or at least the people who watch the stream frequently. And I know a bunch of people picked the game up off of that. And I don't think anybody who picked the game up was picking it up with the intended expectation of streaming it. I think a lot of people who picked it up just picked it up for the sake of playing it, which is totally fine. So it's a game-breaking bug for me, but like for most other people who are going to pick that game up and play it, it's a non-issue, I would assume. You know, like it's just a game that you can just play and enjoy and not have to worry about the weird eccentricities of streaming it. Although it kind of dashed my hopes of playing a bunch more of it, because I really would like to play a bunch more of it. I was able to recreate it like clockwork. Every time I placed the throne, my stream would crash. And I know two other people who were able to test it for me on alt accounts and had the same issue. Only news about Dwarf Forts, and you're a tad... Your tad 50-50 on is sappers or diggers and tunnelers. Oh, you mean the better raids or the better invasions thing? I mean, that's a long way off. We don't know what that's actually going to look like yet. So I wouldn't be like 50-50 on it because that's a long way off. Also, like everything else in Dwarf Fortress is modular. So you'll probably be able to completely disable that feature if you don't want it. But the game is currently being balanced for that, so... Well, not hopefully. Like, that's a fact, right? Like, if you don't like were creatures, you can disable were creatures with a change of one setting, right? If you don't like invasions, you can just turn off invasions with one setting. If you don't like Forgotten Beasts, you can remove those, too. You can generate worlds without Forgotten Beasts if you want to. And that's going to be the same for the fancy invasion stuff. If you don't want that, like Tarn stated in an interview that I had with him about better sieges, like straight up, if you want to just turn that stuff off, you can just turn that stuff off. There is no question there. If you just want to turn that stuff off, you just turn that stuff on. Stuff off. Blah, 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 blah. Talking is hard, but I think you get what I'm saying. It's not a hopefully, it's a that is a fact. There is no hopefully and I'm worried about that. That's just how Dwarf Fortress works, and it's how it's going to continue to work. So I guess what I'm trying to say is there's no need to be worried. because it's a non-issue. Also, please don't ever call them sappers again. This isn't RimWorld. Freskins is missing a hat. This is a problem that needs fixing. That again was me being quiet for long enough for the for YouTube to decide to put an ad in there. Yeah, I guess like at the end of the day, the thing that people need to realize is like just fucking have some faith in Tarn. He knows what he's doing. I'm a big meanie. Thanks, Pilot, for gifting a sub to Freskins. Get wrecked, Freskins. I want to say Freskins got gifted a sub last month when he tried to resub. Also, 47. That's almost 50, man. That's a lot of subs. Thanks, Pilot. Thanks for using your financial stability to support my stream. Cheers, man. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Well, the dwarves are all dancing. Come on, dwarves. Get married. Get married. We're trying to attend a meeting. I think that this dwarf is going to tantrum, so I'm just going to get rid of you before you cause problems. Hey, Angie, I hope you've been well. For 1 hour and 1 minute? How did you time that? That's the question. Mycod has shared a rumor from beyond. No major news. Still just the usual stuff. It's in the notifications. Ah, right, yeah. That makes sense. I'm literally like keeping an eye on my bartenders to make sure no one is dying of alcohol poisoning. Because right now, Ficod is like stumbling around drunk. What is in your eyes? Why are you crying? This dwarf is crying. Dancing and crying. Weird. Maybe it's because I just expelled that dwarf. And that dwarf's wife. We've got a bunch of dwarves that are just sad. Resentful after getting into an argument. I mean, maybe that was what it was? How old is Aqua now? 5. It's been 5 years since the last child. 5. 5 years! The fuck? I feel like I check the Ultimate ADOM reviews every couple of days just because I'm curious to see how it's doing on Steam. And in the last week, it went from very positive and mostly positive to mixed and mixed again. Oh, man. Mixed and mixed. It's like 3 or 4 bad reviews, and it's like they're back down there. And generally, from reading the reviews, it's perfectly legitimate complaints. It's like, man, that game. That fucking game. It's weird because you can kind of tell that they've never had to sell a commercial product before. And the difference between what is acceptable for something that is just free versus something that is for sale is wild. Regardless, though, Freskins, I hope that you're okay with, you know, getting gifted a sub in 1 hour. I mean, frankly, if you remained subless until tomorrow, I would have gifted you a sub. Because, like, you know, you support the channel on Patreon for more than enough that I can chuck some of that money back at you and keep a hat on your head. You know what I'm saying? Animal, did I ever tell you that you have way too many hours in my stream? Like 3,377. That's a lot of hours, man. It's a lot of goddamn hours. Yeah, well, I mean, assuming you live somewhere where it rains, unless you live somewhere where it's upsettingly hot, in which case, then like, you'll get wet due to your own sweat. Let's see, has the king gotten married yet? Cause no, just a lover. That is so frustrating. It's like, I need you to quit pondering division and go make me some babies, you dumb king. I mean, thank you for continuing to watch the stream, Animal. How's the fort going, Ultimate? The dwarves are all currently locked in the celebration room. I mean, the tavern. And they are having, as we've discussed in the past, mandatory fun. And hopefully making babies. It's not going very well. Because you hit the unfollow on accident once. Yeah, I kind of hate that. Like, I don't know. I've been following one channel since 2011 on Twitch, and it's really funny whenever like a follow age train happens, because he still has Nightbot running in his chat where you can type an exclamation point follow age, and he's just like one person will be like, I've been following for 6 years, yeah, and everybody will be like 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, 5 years, 3 years, 4 years, 3 years, and then me with like 9 years, and it's like, oh, I think it's probably close to 10 now, which is fucked. It's absolutely crazy. Used to be December or August 2016. I mean, I know that you followed me in 2016, Animal. I remember playing Roller Coaster Tycoon with you on a weekly basis. Like those good old days. Back when you built a giant toaster. That was you, right? Who built the toaster? I'm pretty sure it was you who built the toaster. And watch the ladder still? I mean, there's no way in hell I was one of your first followed channels, so. About the roller toaster? Yes, the roller toaster was a good time. It used to be 140. It's probably like 139 would be my guess. It's probably in the 130s. Go 138. Also, the potato never did anything wrong. Whoops, no, that's the same one. There you go. That will increase the excitement on the toaster. That is the quote about the roller toaster. Chat, I've got a question. I've been doing these streams recently with just the noise generator in the background. Do you guys prefer just the noise generator or noise generator and music or just music? Do you guys have any preference? Because I just like the bird sounds have actually been really nice for me recently, and have been really nice just kind of on my head, and it makes it easier to think. I don't know if you guys have any actual preference, but Navy. Thanks for the second month, meaning the first one wasn't a mistake. Welcome back. Also, then you guys can just like play your own music or whatever's. Well, I mean, the first one, well, okay. Unless you like, you know, fool me once, fool me twice situation, right? Which means I won't fool you thrice in that situation. You don't really have strong feelings on the subject? Fair enough. No one's commented on it, and I usually turn music on around halfway through me messing around with the dwarves, so figured I'd ask. So either this dwarf is dying of alcohol poisoning or totally fine. Totally fine, seems like. Socializing by lying down underneath another dwarf. NES Pictionary music? I mean, I feel like I would have an anxiety attack if I just played Pictionary all day, because that music's pretty poppin', you know what I'm saying? But someone in chat for quote number 1 stated that I play really boring games, and they were like, you play really boring games. Why does anybody watch you? And I said, because if you think it's boring, I will probably like it. That was when I sold my own pawn into slavery. In RimWorld. I sold myself into slavery. Good times. And such to different biomes? Oh, probably. Sounds like a very common mod. You typically put on your own music. I've been doing that more and more. I've been watching streams while listening to records off when I'm not streaming. Like I'll sit on my floor and I'll have a stream up muted or with very low volume on my phone, and I'll have a cup of tea and I'll listen to a record and chill. Those are the good days. A normal day on the rim? Yeah, pretty much. Because people on the internet are, well, young children are not necessarily open to the idea of people having different tastes, and young children are permitted on the internet. I mean, I literally set tree growing simulator, which apparently is literally just watch a tree grow in real time, was served up to me on Steam yesterday, and is my recommended. It's very funny to me. Hi, new here. I'm blind. How old is this fort? 218 is the current year, meaning we are 213 years into Longdeath, with the goal of hitting 1,000. Exclamation point Longdeath for the whole history playlist, if you want that level of insanity. What the speedrun time is for what? Getting banned in my chat? Quarter of a millisecond, most likely. Oh, tree growing sim? Oh, I have no fucking idea. Good luck. I mean, we'll get there, Lamau. We'll get there. It's taking time, but we'll get there. We take breaks. It's not like it's the only thing I stream. Currently, I'm making the dwarves stay inside for the winter, hoping that they will Make babies. Speaking of babies, how is Patchwork doing? Still stressed. No, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I've done dumber things that have taken longer than DF. Also, question. Why is your knee-jerk response when I say that I'm doing a thing that's going to take a very long time to laugh at me? Why is that your response? Seems kind of like an odd response to me. There's a very big difference between saying good luck and good luck, Lamau. One is dismissive and stating that you're not going to complete it. The other is encouraging. But hopefully there are no speedrun times for Tree Growing Sim, because hopefully nobody actually puts enough time into that game to, break it in such ways. And hopefully nobody buys it, because it looks like a waste of time and money for everybody involved. There we go. Now you can conduct meetings. Sure. But that's what writing that means, right? So when you respond with laughter, it's very much a hey, good luck. Like literally reading that reads it like good luck, which is not exactly a sign of encouragement. Versus just saying good luck is a sign of encouragement. People on the internet are, I think by default, dismissive and demeaning with almost everything they say, whether or not they intend to be, which is kind of I think something that we as a society should work on being better at. How's Vin doing? Not making babies. Yes, this is true. Vim is one of my militia captains, and spends a lot of time praying, and says it's a great day to fall in love all over again. Yeah, and make fucking babies. You are married to Simplex, which you've been married to for a bit, I think. And yeah, you have no kids. So hopefully you and Simplex can go make some babies soon. I don't believe you guys have been married for a super long time. But it's been a couple of days. We didn't mean romance. We meant make a fucking little beer drinker. You'll try. Do your best. But most dwarves are like this one, where they have a few close friends and then that's it. I mean, even Taurus is just lovers with the king. Like shining through your window? That's cool. But yeah, no, in regards to being pretty bad at DF, everybody's pretty bad at DF. Beastie Banana. Like, that's something that you learn pretty quick. About like Dwarf Fortress is everybody who plays Dwarf Fortress is bad at Dwarf Fortress. Even the people who are best at Dwarf Fortress are also pretty bad at Dwarf Fortress, which is part of the reason why Dwarf Fortress is actually a much easier and more approachable game than a lot of people I think realize, is because, well, you can play Dwarf Fortress badly and be as good as most people who play Dwarf Fortress, because most people who play Dwarf Fortress are really bad at it. It's like there's like the 0.01% who are like fucking gods at this game, and then everybody else is just bad. Which is part of why it's fun, because we can be bad together. And it's like, am I good at Dwarf Fortress? I mean, sure, I have a game knowledge, and I know a few tricks to keep things going longer. Am I actually good at this game, though? I mean, I wouldn't describe... There's people that are way better at this game than me. I just simply stream for a living, so I have more time to be able to attempt absurd time challenges like this one. Also, this whole challenge was inspired by somebody on the internet. Somebody in YouTube comments was like, "You should keep a fortress alive for 1,000 years," and I was like, "You know what? Fuck it. Sure, let's do it." And then 3 months in, we're like, "Oh God, this is gonna take a while." But you know, we're 8 months in now, and we'll get her done. We'll get her done. It'll take a bit, but you know, we'll get her done. We'll get her done, I think. I think it might take us another year, but we'll get her done. Does Kiri have a dwarf in this fort? I don't believe Kiri has ever requested a dwarf in one of my forts. Sui has had dwarves in my fort. But considering most of my stream team thought that Songs of Six was too unfinished and clunky, I don't think I'm going to pressure any of them to play Dwarf Fortress anytime soon. If I leave the dwarves to fend for themselves, they would run out of booze after about 2 years, unless I automated that job, and they would go a little nuts. And it would not be a good time. But if I automated booze, they'd probably be okay. They would eventually, unless like a stressed dwarf showed up, which started causing problems like this guy's going to. Because this guy is going to start causing me problems. Fuck it, let's do it. Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I've done I've done similar well, I spent 600 hours on a project in one game once, which I haven't done in Longdeath yet. Over the span of a year and a half. I spent 500 hours in one RimWorld run. So this isn't actually that far out of the realm of normal for me. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, if I monitored it, I could probably let this fortress run mostly around the clock. Mostly. Although, like, I don't have, like, caravans. So, like, a caravan would spawn, and I would have to unpause the game. But I could probably just, like, have it running at around 12 hours to 16 hours a day. More or less unassisted at this point. You have 300 hours in one Minecraft single-player save. Yep, that's a good amount of time. That is a good amount of time. Should be more popular? What do you mean? Why should it be more popular? It's exceptionally unhealthy. Sounds kind of fun, Animal. So when Halcyon Frequency launches a Minecraft server, are you going to play on it? And are you going to start spewing out builds left and right? The irony is I might actually have to buy Minecraft again. I was thinking about this recently. I was like, oh shit, I think I actually need to buy Minecraft. Cause I have no idea what my login was for. I don't know exactly how it's gonna work. I know we'll have one vanilla Minecraft hardcore, and then 1 or 2 modded ones. We need to have another meeting to detail that stuff. We too often going from game to game to game to game to game, and there's more of the most of these games than you can actually find. I think the actual problem isn't marathon gaming. The problem isn't actually well, that's fine. You can still go back to your house, right, Animal? The problem isn't actually that we're jumping from game to game to game to game to game. The problem is there's too many games now that are designed to keep you playing for a long period of time while at the same time not respecting that time that you're putting into it. Are we going to build Longdeath in Minecraft? You need to remember, Diamond, that, I mean, you could. You and my community could. But you need to remember that, like, the people who watch my stream are a very small minority of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, right? Like, there's 8 streamers in the Halcyon Frequency stream team, and statistically, I think I'm in the bottom 4 of those 8 streamers. So the number of people that watch me versus the number of people that watch FG, for example, is completely different. And there are large numbers of people who watch FG and Kiri that do not like or do not watch my stream for whatever one reason or another. And so most people who watch Halcyon Frequency streamers do not even know what Longdeath is. You can build it in a corner of the server. I mean, that's the point of Minecraft, right? They're infinite. The world's big. The worlds are big. Man, Axon, go get fucking married, you weirdo. Vin's married. How about trees? Former master. 2 apprentices. Black Hole was your master? Really? Tele and Ryan are your apprentices? R.I.P. Tele. Kade just has a lover. You have plenty of friends and kindred spirits. No love for Peter. What lawn dead mean? What lawn dead? Well, I also don't know what lawn dead means, but Long Death is the name of this fortress. This is a fortress where I am attempting to beat the world record for the longest running fortress. Well, specifically the longest running heavily documented fortress in Dwarf Fortress. So the longest running heavily documented fortress that we know of is a fortress called Arch Crystal. And then there was another one called Channel something, which was 200 years old, which I've probably beaten by now. But Arch Crystal was 470 years old. And we've reached spring, by the way. Heads up, Stone. Was 470 years old, was Arch Crystal. So we're trying to beat that and going for 1,000 years. To be clear, it took Cethados, who made Arch Crystal, 6 years to finish Arch Crystal. Yeah, it's literally that simple. So you watched the stream like a little bit, and I'm kind of surprised you haven't figured that out by this point because I do talk about it like multiple times a stream. But yeah, that's what Longdeath is. It is the name of this fortress, and it is us trying to keep this fortress alive for a very long time. Stone, are you present, or do I need to screenshot this? But yeah, no, it's literally in the title. And there's a command that explains it in the title, too. So it's on you that you didn't get that, not on me. I'm going to screenshot this for Stone. Oh, no, you're here. I know you hadn't said anything in a while, so I was wondering maybe you jumped up to go grab a snack or use the toilet or something. But there it is. All right, B. Hey, Brander. How are we? Good to see you. Not a bad little tribute. but now you know. And so that's I guess kind of the long and short of it. It's very much us just trying to keep this fortress alive for a very long period of time. And it's kind of a stupid thing to go for, but I don't know. It's kind of become this dwarven personality quirk soap opera, which is kind of fun. I'm doing all right today. Today's okay. Today is okay currently. I've decided this evening I want to play Sproggy Wood, so we're gonna do that this evening. But Longdeath for the day. Sproggy Wood, of course, is the other game by the Caves of Cud developers, who are most known for games like Caves of Cud and Caves of Cud. So I would like to play that game. Give it a try on PC specifically. I played it on my phone a little bit when I was in hospital, but played it enough to kind of come to grips with the basic mechanics. But I'd like to play it on PC, see how it handles on PC. But yeah, no, I'm doing all right. Chat, how are we all doing today? Well, let's do it. Let's do a chat check-in. How is chat today? Everybody feeling okay? It's a pretty rain-chill day outside. The stream started off with my power going out for like 3 seconds, which was not long enough to shut my computer off, but long enough to reset my router. So I've actually been streaming an hour longer than the timer says. I've been streaming for 4 hours, not 2 hours and 55 minutes. It's okay so far. Good to hear, Spitalier. Good to hear. It's a relaxing day. Not quite. Tomorrow's my relaxing. Tomorrow's my day off day. Tomorrow I'm going to be playing. We were originally going to do Rise of Nations, but information has been updated in the last hour that me and Evil Trick are going to be playing Age of Empires 1 tomorrow. So we're going to be playing some Age of Empires 1 Definitive Edition, not the HD version. So if you happen to own that, I would like to play some viewer games. We're going to be trying to set something up tomorrow. Need some rock pots. You fell asleep in your garden and got sunburnt a bit. I got a little sunburnt, not this past week, but the week before. I went and lay in the grass in one of the public parks close to here for like an hour and felt a little red when I got home. It's not dark here? Oh, really? Also, Katsu, I hope you're doing well. Hey, Leo. All right, what are we buying from you? No gremlin, I don't think. Wild boar, horse, dingo, wren. Yeah, no gremlin. All right, trade for a sock then. Thanks, elves. Today is looking decent. That's good to hear. We have a new book written by the king. Written on the item is an encyclopedia entitled Kade Machine Hollow Problems and Solutions, authored by Kade Machine Hollow. It concerns the dwarf Kade Machine Hollow in the fortress of Longdeath and the Mudstone Mug, the Skinny Apex, the eternal adventure of time, the Staney Hall, the Occur Guild, and it has a touch of melancholy. It is somewhat self-indulgent. It's amateurish at best. So it's an encyclopedia about our king, a mug, 2 guilds, and it has a touch of melancholy. On the item entitled is an encyclopedia entitled Wikipedia. I mean, if I named this dwarf Wikipedia, then they could write Wikipedia, but I'd have to name the dwarf Wikipedia. But that's a new book. That's a funny name for a book, though, I will admit. I think somebody left their lunch in here because there's rotten cow meat. Gonna slaughter some puppies. Yes, I know I'm a horrible person. Make crafts that refer to other crafts. What about when they make a brand new craft that has an image of the craft that they just made on it, and thus also implying that there is an image of the craft on the image of the craft of the image of the craft on an image of the craft on an image of the craft on an image of a craft on an image of a craft on an image of a craft on a... Now, why is there a pool of pus on the floor, dwarf? Quit dropping your pus on the ground. You disgust me. Yes, craftception. It's like Inception, but crafty. Not to be confused with outception, whatever that means. Is outception a word? I don't think it is. I'm going to go with the assumption that it probably isn't. Stink themselves quite horribly, but hey, I mean, body odor is relevant, right? I mean, I'll have you know, most of these dwarves appear to shower maybe once a year. So my dwarves are quite well cleaned. Also, they're pondering the voice again. It's official. My dwarves are just a bunch of fucking soccer moms. Watching the voice. These dwarves have lots of soap. I have a couple hundred blocks of soap the last time I checked that menu, which was a couple dozen years ago. Animal, as always, could you please post that clip in the Halcyon Frequency Discord if possible? Thanks for clipping stuff today, by the way. Clips are very helpful. Like, I can't even begin to explain why they're so helpful, but they really, really are. Cheers and thanks. To anybody who hasn't yet, if you haven't joined the Halcyon Frequency Discord, you should. It's a secondary Discord that kind of goes in partner with mine. Lets you kind of keep up with everybody from my team all at once. And team-related things. We're also, like, lacking in pet pics. So if anybody has a pet that they need to take pictures of, you should. Just my one advice, pilot, when you're taking off, go up, don't go down, okay? That's all I know about flying an airplane. And have fun. I'll be here dwarfing. Yeah. Probably will still be dwarfing when you get back from flying. I mean, flying is just very, you know, optimized falling, right? Right? That's how that works, I think. They're pondering voice, conical water clocks, muscles, and formal reasoning. The World of Locke. I'm looking for that book. that my king wrote. Because this screen seems to get a little messy after a bit. It's like initially it does a very good job keeping track of everything, but an year-old folder of your Nan's Westie. I mean, I don't know if people would appreciate spider pictures. Although I tend to post spider pictures on /r Spider Bra, which is one of my favorite subreddits. And that's how this glorious image right here made it onto the internet. Look at that Spider Bra. It's beautiful. I'm also just like way too proud of this image in general. It's hanging out on my green onion. Look at that. It's a spider. It's on my green onion. It still lives in my green onion. It's been in my green onion for a while now, actually. I always like check to see where it is before I water my green onion so I don't water the spider. Because watering the spider is suboptimal. Contemptuous. You want decent meals. What do you want to eat? You want to consume alligator and snapping turtle. You fucking needy little shit. Dwarven rum and rock nuts. Snapping turtle, eh? Snapping turtle is probably hard. Actually, I don't believe I've ever like intentionally acquired snapping turtle in DF. Patchwork is a little bit whiny currently. Let's get them training again. I'm just worried Patchwork is going to tantrum. Just very, very worried that Patchwork is going to tantrum. Tantruming is more or less a death sentence when I'm using the, oh, just go work out methodology of making them happy. Although, people should listen to what you have to say. Well, then you should say what you have to say, Patchwork. Let's keep an eye on this dwarf for a little bit. Also, I was kind of curious. Currently, there are 0 people playing Sproggy Wood on Steam. Because that's kind of what I'm planning on playing today. I was like, I wonder if that game has a player base. Currently, there's 0 people playing that on Steam. The last time there was people playing it was when the game was 95% off. It was like less than $1, which was when I bought it. It was like 89 cents or something. I wonder, like, how much money developers even make when they do sales that deep. Can't be much. In a way, it's funny your Nan owns a Westie and on your Scottish side, but it's not very Scottish ancestry of yourself. Why is that not Scottish Or wait, hold on a second. Why does it matter to your ancestry what kind of dog you own? My family isn't French, but we've always owned poodles. Why does it matter to your ancestry what kind of dog you own? I appear to have missed something. I don't know. I guess I don't find that weird or funny because people just kind of own what kind of dog they want in the current year. It's not, you know, we're not living in the 1600s anymore. You don't have a specific type of dog for hunting, right? You just have the dog. You know? I don't think people are limited to what dog they should culturally have because that's just tacky at this point. Especially like when going about and acquiring specific breeds of dogs is a very shitty way to actually go about getting dogs. If people want a dog, they should just get a dog that needs a home, not go after specific breeds, especially if it's for cultural reasons. That's just a shitty way to keep an animal, in my opinion. Not that most people care about such things, but it's something I think about. My king demands 2 ballasses. I'm going to jump up to this roofing pit, and I'm going to install some more of these blocks while we are in between trading sessions. You know, it's sort of like people seeking out oddly specific types of purebred dogs and ending up like... I read an article not too long ago about how purebred dogs are more likely to get abused than a mutt, because mutts are often owned by people who, you know, felt sorry for it or just saw it at a shelter, versus purebreds, which are often purchased by somebody who is of wealth or in a better life situation, right? And often don't think as much about the purebred dog. So it's a much higher percentage of purebred and fancy old traditional breeds are more likely to get abused than a mutt, because people who purchase mutts get a mutt because either they felt sorry for it or they wanted a dog. You know what I mean? It was an interesting piece that I read a while ago on the subject. And it kind of made me dislike, I guess, people culturally getting dogs because that's what their families always owned. Because I've certainly met people like that in the past who own a dog more as a trophy piece instead of a pet. Similarly, like, you know, it's really shitty to own a car as a trophy piece. But at least with a car, it's not something that thinks. I must have rambled on a topic that nobody is interested in. I'm sorry. Chad, is there anything that you guys would like to talk about today? It's clearly not this. There needs to be more non-breed dogs in media. I don't know. I don't watch much media with dogs in it, so. You heard because of how we breed dogs and make their own health problems, like Chihuahuas have a bigger brain than its skull would be. I've heard stuff like that too. I mean, like pugs are a pretty prime example. There's a lot of glorification of pugs in media, and pugs make me really sad when I see them. Like, yes, they are adorable, but holy fuck, those things are often very, very, very unhealthy and unhappy and sad. You know? Fallout 4's German Shepherd 200 years after the war. Why? Because the breed would have changed by then? Pugs need to be born with an operation? What, like the actual birth process requires a C-section? Because I know about that. Or like the doggy equivalent of a C-section. I knew about that. We are almost done with this upper library. Because, yeah, that sort of stuff is quite sad. But that's not even like what bothers me. It's like it's the process of them being alive as creatures. I don't know. We've created some genuine like monstrosities out of dog breeds, and they might be cute monstrosities, but they're still monstrosities. Some people are afraid about us messing with genetics and becoming God, and we've been doing it for years. There could be new standards in certain areas. I mean, the pets industry is a fucked up one. It's a very, very, very fucked up one. There was a like a 15-minute documentary on YouTube that I watched a while ago called "The History of Cute." I think it was on Netflix. Maybe it actually was on Curiosity Stream. I don't remember. It was on one of those streaming platforms. But it was called The History of Cute. And it was what we think of as cute in our brain and why we find certain types of creatures cute, and like a study on how our like caregiver defense mechanisms work towards defending the young, and how we have bred adult dogs to look like our perception of cute, because we want things that remain that way their entire life, which isn't biologically stable or natural. Because we think that small body, big head is cute because it looks like human infant. Small body, big head. You never liked dogs? I don't dislike dogs. I don't know. Recently I've had like this weird desire to own a dog, but like I know I shouldn't, so I won't. You know, it's like I don't have necessarily anything against dogs. Dogs are great. I love my parents' dog. She's beautiful. She's adorable. She's cute. But I don't feel like I would be a good owner for a dog. Partially because of my job. Because, yes, I'm home all day, but also dogs need to be walked a couple times a day. I don't know if I want to take a dog for 3 proper walks, so I'd end up like half my neighbors, where I just would walk the dog probably 15 feet out of my apartment, let the dog piss, and walk them back inside, which I don't really want to do. Dogs need space. Dogs need the ability to run around, and half the year that would be very difficult here, especially with like the way the weather is, and I don't know. I'd have to get a small dog because of my building, and I wouldn't really want a big dog, and then I'd have to like go buy dog food. It's not something I want to do. I would love to own a snake, but that's not legal, unfortunately. That's going to be like my first purchase when I get a house after buying said house is going to be a snake. So I will never own a snake is what I'm trying to say, because I'll never own a house. Because you guys pay me pretty well to do this full time, but you don't pay me well enough to buy a house. Maybe one day I'll get to that point. You guys pay me well enough to afford my rent, which I'm very thankful for, but not well enough to buy a house. Although Freskins still states that he's committed to buying me a hot tub so I can do hot tub streams. So I'm holding you to that, Freskins. Please don't actually buy me a hot tub. I have nowhere to put it. I'd rather put more plants on my patio than get a hot tub. We usually do 2 walks a day plus a couple of times out for a quick peek. Couple of times. Couple of times. I mean, my apartment's already pet friendly, so that's not an issue. Hot tub. Yeah, Freskin said that he would buy me a hot tub. And no, an inflatable hot tub ain't gonna cut it. You gotta buy me an actual hot tub if you want hot tub streams. Because I hear that's how all of the people make money on Twitch these days. You know, you have a hot tub, all right? You stream from the hot tub in revealing positions, and then send 4 emails a day to all of your subscribers reminding them that your OnlyFans exists. Speaking of things I should remind you that exists, investments are open, and you can invest your tickets if you wish. I saw a screenshot the other day of a prominent lady streamer on this website who does a lot of hot tub streams, who was literally sending her subscribers 4 emails a day about hot pics, linking to a link tree with OnlyFans at the top. And I reminisce on the good old days back when, like, a certain streamer got banned for 30 days from Twitch for giving pinups out, like not even actual nudes, like just pinups out to all of her subscribers via her sub list, because that was considered selling adult material to underage kids, which is not a good thing to do. You shouldn't do that. It's not a good business model. It's kind of illegal. Jesus Christ, people. Throw in some ASMR and that'll do. Yeah, just tickle the microphone a little bit. Tickle the microphone with my feet. That's what people, that's the content people really want. Yep. Not this weird ASCII game over in the corner. Life. It's like an inflatable pool with water. Yeah, well, that's the cheap option. But nah, man, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna go all out. I'm gonna get me a hot tub. I don't know where I'm gonna fucking put it, but to be totally clear, I don't ever want to do hot tub streams, but I will mock the concept, which is what I'm doing. It's like, I get it. People got to hustle and make money, but like, do people really need to be a peddler of pornographic material and use Twitch as a catalyst to advertise that? I think that's a little gross. It's like, you know, if you got to do that sort of stuff to hustle, sure, do that. But there are sites and places where you can do that totally legitimately. It feels so shitty that people do that on Twitch and have been doing that for years. You saw another such stream by someone else right below it a few hours later. Had to restart the app with essentially exactly the same equipment and appearance. I'm also surprised that it was copied so fast. I mean, here's the thing, right? Making money on Twitch is hard, right? And when you're at the top of a site like Twitch, and you work for yourself, and you have a stream that is based on content that you are able to create based off of your looks, right? If you are a particularly attractive person and you're already making about as much money as you're going to make playing Call of Duty or whatever you're doing, people are always looking for a way to give themselves a raise, right? So I can't really blame people who create that kind of content for continuing to make more of that kind of content. Like, I can't get mad at people for doing that. It's like, you're hustling. I get it. Like, money is important. Paying bills is important. But I don't know. There's something that just feels off and kind of wrong to me about people who, for lack of a better term, exploit their audience's weakness. And that's kind of what it is when you're on Twitch, right? Because, like, Twitch is not a adult entertainment platform. And when you use it to market adult entertainment, I think that that's, like, super gross. So, like, I have no problem with people creating adult entertainment. I don't mind a little bit of that sometimes. But Twitch is not the place where you should do that. It's like, you can't say that Twitch isn't a dating site and then turn around and sell pornography through Twitch. It's like, well, it's also not a porn site. Yes, and there's a lot of little kids on this platform. Like, I guarantee you there are people probably watching me right now that are too young to be watching this stream, let alone a, you know, 18 plus, or let alone like a stream that's peddling that kind of material. You won when nobody else invested. Yeah, there you go. But I don't know. I'm here and I'm making money and I'm surviving and I'm paying my bills. What more could I ask for, right? And I don't think that my kind of depressive spasticness is enough to scare all of you away. So just some of you. You completely see the point. You're surprised of how fast and how similar / identical it was copied. Well, here's the thing. Like, people have been doing that with that type of streams for ages, right? Like, the first person to discover that, oh, hey, if I stand up in my chair and bend over in a revealing manner and write someone's name on a chalkboard with tight pants on, I get more tips. So people start, you know, doing that, right? Like, people have been copying those methods as long as Twitch has existed, right? Unfortunately, you know, just being a cool person and streaming only gets you so far, right? And I think a lot of people out there, you know, they want a higher pay grade. People always want more, right? I mean, heck, I want more, right? Like, that's like, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't the case. I would love to figure out a easy snap my fingers method of making an extra $1,000 a month. If I could do that, I would be ecstatic, because it would mean that I would be able to afford a better living situation, or a place with a fucking door on an office, you know, or maybe a building with air conditioning, you know, like if I had that ability, it would be fucking tempting. And I can't blame people for, you know, just doing that. I really can't. You know, let's place all of these bookcases, and then I will bring some more up, because we are starting to set up the library. $30 iron bookcases. I mean, you know, all people have limits, right? To things that they can do. I mean, and all people have their own set of morals, and that doesn't, just because that doesn't necessarily match up with everybody's tastes and opinions, doesn't mean they're necessarily wrong morals. I mean, I'm not going to go peddling adult material to anybody, let alone children. But some people, I guess, just don't have that same sense of morals. And they'll just do the thing that will make them money, and they'll do it until they get in trouble for it. And then they'll get in trouble for it. They'll get their 3-day ban, and, well, got 2 more of those before it's actually a problem. And they just keep going through it. Because it's some of the, is it based on who you follow? It's based on, so Twitch has 2 internal algorithms for recommending channels, right? Twitch likes to recommend the biggest channels on the platform. Like, I get 3 emails a day about how I should be watching the top 5 channels on Twitch, because I have multiple Twitch accounts, right? I got my account, my bot's account, and then 2 others. And I have multiple Twitch accounts so that I can, you know, do things separately through Twitch, incognito-like. And Twitch's algorithms are very heavily focused on rich get richer, promoting the big people, the big guns. The people who get the most views are obviously the channels that are retaining the most people. So obviously the channels that are making them the most money, and also the most likely to keep people spending money on their platform. It's not financially logical for Twitch to promote a channel like mine heavily. I have 57 people watching, a relatively calm chat. We're having discussions about Twitch, and I'm not making Twitch money hand over fist, right? So why would they promote me? If I somehow managed to get myself a 1-week-long partner promotion, which is something I've been trying to get since I became a Twitch partner, since 2017, which is 1 whole week of nonstop front page time. We've been playing for a year now, because the humans have just arrived, which is one week of nonstop front page time for every single one of your streams for that given week. If I somehow managed to get that, I wouldn't make Twitch a ton of money, probably wouldn't retain a huge number of the viewers. It would be very helpful to me, and I would, get some traffic from it, but I wouldn't retain a large number of the viewers, and largely it would be significantly more profitable for Twitch to put a more potentially popular stream at the forefront of that. I think I'm going to sell all my crutches and make some iron crutches. So it's like, it doesn't make sense for Twitch to promote my stream because I'm not making Twitch tons of money. Now, if I suddenly started making Twitch tons of money, it would be more logical for Twitch to promote me. But I'm not. Which is part of the reason why I've kind of just said fuck it this past year and a half and said, yo, like, if you want to support me, subscribe. That's very helpful. That's extremely helpful. If you want to have some fun, gift some subs out to the people in chat and make somebody else happy. If you want to throw around bits and get on the leaderboard, be my guest. But if you actually want to support me, I have a Patreon, right? And like that's the way I've been trying to run my business. And I try and ask for a little bit more money through the Patreon than I would through a Twitch sub to counteract the fact that I, as a very niche channel, will probably have a smaller audience than the big guns, right? I mean, there is a possible future which is for me kind of the end game hopeful future where I have a couple hundred viewers every day, because that's a couple hundred people that can spread that cost of keeping my channel running over a larger number of people, which makes it more sustainable. Me and Stone are just trying to produce miniature dwarves. Please move along. Yeah, basically. Selling all these crutches that the humans have given me over the years. Am I allowed to export grates? I am. Do I want to risk it, though? Let's sell backpacks, actually. Probably. Ultimate, probably. But I can't bank on that, right? I think banking on that is kind of silly. Like, I could certainly bank on it, but I don't know how wise it is necessarily to bank on that. It's a possibility that my channel could grow significantly when the Steam version comes out. It's also a possibility that nobody cares, you know? Because I've been through both, right? I've been through release cycles of games where my channel has grown considerably. You know, when RimWorld left early access, there was about 3 months there where every stream I would have 200 people watching. 200 to 300 people, every stream. There was a good month and a half, 2 months there. Middle of the stream at peak hours, we would have 200 to 300 people watching. By the end of the stream, I'd have like 150. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at my stats and see where we're at these days. Not a lot of those people stuck around the long term. They were there for one game, and that was it. They didn't care. Any slight change I made to my stream over the next year and a half, 2 years, lost those people. Most of them are gone. I look at a big RimWorld stream, and there still are big RimWorld streams, and I see half of my old audience in their chat because they didn't care about me. They just cared about that one game. And something that I've been trying to do ever since like dedicating so much time to Dwarf Fortress is I've been trying to rebuild this channel as something where I can play Dwarf Fortress and games like Dwarf Fortress and people will just be interested. I don't want to be full variety. I don't want to go play a fucking point and click in an MMO tomorrow. But what I do want is I want, ideally, a audience of people that will watch me play anything that kind of fits into the same sort of small team / one developer vision, interesting, deep games. I think the saying is don't count your eggs before they hatch. Precisely, right? Like, so like there is the possibility that my channel could grow significantly. Also, it looks like Patchwork stopped being depressed, which is good. Yes. Do you actually have a weapon equipped? Bronze shield, left gauntlet. No, you don't. You also have some really old clothing, so Let's make 10 iron spears. Turn off this, and then I think it is clothing gear. You know, it's a comment that I got 2 days ago on YouTube. I can't remember which. It was one of the older news videos. I want to say it was the map overview I did a couple weeks ago. Somebody said, just kind of out of nowhere, I'm shocked that you don't have more subscribers on YouTube. And I think that might partially be because of how much I upload. I think if I only uploaded the news videos, that would probably be better for the YouTube channel, statistically, if I only uploaded the news videos. But that being said, I don't think it would be as good for the future longevity of my stream if I only uploaded the news videos. So if I only uploaded one type of video to that channel would probably get a lot more subscribers and probably a lot more views overall right now. But I'm not worrying about views right now. I'm worrying about views on the YouTube channel in 5 years, you know? Like, I want to build a YouTube channel that I can continue to post content to that will do well. I see so many streamers who had like 6 months of really good YouTube, grew a big channel, and then it dies, right? Like, I know a few people who did like FTL guides like 6-7 years ago for FTL when that game was huge. And, you know, they did well for a bit, but then hit a point where they just kind of hit a wall. I've kept the stream very, very non-hyped and slow going and calm atmosphere, though. People who jump into hypes don't go on well with that. I mean, that's also a thing, you know? Like, there's a whole, like, type of person who will just never like my stream because of how I cast versus how other people cast. You had a safe fort that was a decade old, and the butcher went berserk, and the only one with a meat cleaver. Fun ensued. Well, dwarves can't wield meat cleavers. So I don't know how you'd given a dwarf a meat cleaver. Also, they don't even need knives to butcher stuff, so that doesn't make logical sense. Battle axe? Okay, so they were like a woodcutter or something? So they went berserk. What caused them to go berserk? What did you do wrong that caused them to go berserk? Because that was your fault. Were they really depressed? Could you have rehabilitated them? Or was it a failed strange mood that you were unable to satisfy? Also, that's upsetting that you didn't have 3 or 4 other dwarves that were strong enough to just beat him up. Think miasma? Well, then you clearly left something on the floor that made miasma. Sounds like player error to me. I don't know. But that's unfortunate. Also, it's shocking to me that your dwarves weren't strong enough to disarm him and kill him. I had a dwarf go berserk in this fortress less than a decade ago, and it took one other dwarf to just punch him in the head, and his head caved in. So, yeah. Sounds like player error, unfortunately. I'm sorry for the loss of your fortress, though. That's awful. What's my bookkeeper up to? Ah, you're trading. Get over here, Dwarf. Perfect. But hello, Frosted Claws, and welcome to the stream. Cheers. There goes the clothing industry. See one dwarf running off to go take a shower. It's always nice to see. While we're at it, might as well get the weaving industry up as well. Plant processing industry. Every 2 or so years, I have to give everybody a new set of clothing. And I've definitely got dwarves running around that have old clothing. So, but yeah, no, this fortress is 214 years old. Sorry, not 114. 214 years old. 214 years. We usually do 2 to 3 years a day when I stream it. 2 to 3 years. Although we're going to be taking a couple of breaks this next week because May the 4th and Revenge of the 5th are coming up, so I'm going to be playing the Star Wars Overhaul mod for DF. For those of you who are like, Blind never plays mods and Blind hates mods and all that bullshit, which is not true, we will play some goddamn modded DF. Because people claim that I don't like mods. I don't know what song you're referring to, Mind. Otherwise, I would chuckle at the reference. But yeah, no, Longdeath is a unique case that requires a lot of like game knowledge, but not necessarily skill. A lot of game knowledge and a lot of dedication and not getting bored. If you can, if you have a decent amount of game knowledge and an iron will, you could play quite a bit of Longdeath and not get bored. So we are forging iron bookcases and making lots of clothing. Destroying items I don't need and disposing of items I don't want. Or selling items I don't need and disposing of items I don't want. There's absolutely no problems with FPS with Dwarf Fortress if you know what you're doing. It's like, how do you prevent FPS death? Don't overproduce items. A lot of people just overproduce items. It's all about spring cleaning and getting rid of stuff you don't need. People insist I play the game wrong, but it's all about just disposing of items that you don't need and trading items you don't want. You hoard everything? That's your problem. That will destroy your frame rate faster than anything in Dwarf Fortress. And people say that the game is unplayable. They just don't know what the fuck they're doing. Also, every version and patch makes the game run a little bit better. Just a tiny little bit better. A lot of the real issues with the way Dwarf Fortress runs can be blamed on lack of player knowledge, which is kind of unfortunate, not gonna lie. Collect some sand and make me some glass furniture, which will go in the new library. Make it so, dwarves. Make it so. Who's that and why are you whiny? Thob, the merchant. Self-pity after being unable to practice a craft. Well. Let's give you all of the crafts that we're actually doing right now, and I'm sure you'll find something that you can do. After you attend a meeting, of course. The merchants are a little silly to keep happy sometimes, but I can just deal with them pretty easily. But yeah, no, I think the main faults with that I see that most players cause for themselves. Anyway, Got distracted by a thing for a split second. The main causes of frame rate loss for most people are crappy fortress layouts with lots of tight, small hallways that require dwarves to path over top of each other or around each other in awkward situations with tight corners. The second biggest cause of frame rate death for people is mismanaging of pets and just allowing livestock and animals populations to explode without culling the populations as they are born, and not gelding pets and such. The third cause is overproducing items. Most people do a combination of all three, where they'll have crappy fortress layouts that will not allow dwarves to easily path around each other. The second thing is overproducing of items, which is very common. And then the third thing is just letting livestock and animal populations explode. And then the game has to keep track of all of those. Then you kind of combine that as well with the lack of player knowledge, and people will just play until their forts get laggy and then claim the game's busted and stop playing. You built an underground tree farm with irrigation mechanics. Interesting. And the last straw dropped from was when you went from. I guess it was functional. Okay, you've got something stuck somewhere if you've got 3 frames a second. Like, if you've got 3 frames a second, you're blocking something's pathing to the point where it is stuck. That is vast majority of the time, if you have that low of a frame rate, you've either fucked up somewhere or something is stuck. Meaning it's most likely 100% fixable if you know what to look for. Unless you just have, like, I don't know, 70,000 cups in a river somewhere and they're bubbling around in physics and breaking the simulation completely, but... Also, you don't need irrigation for an underground farm. You just need to get the ground wet once. Liquid physics don't help, but they don't hurt that bad. Like, I've got an underground irrigation in this fort. Well, the problem is the majority hallway is wider than 3. The wider, the better. Older versions of the game, thinner hallways were better. Current versions of the game, wider hallways are better. Because you don't want dwarves pathing over each other. The only thing that actually hurts this fortress's frame rate is when, like, 20 buzzards spawn and dive bomb my dwarves to try and steal their stuff because airborne creatures pathing gets fucky. That's or like when 200 traders will show up. Those are like the only times the frame rate in this fortress slows down. Outside of that, it's like just totally fine. Completely playable with 50-ish dwarves and like 40-something animals at any given time. That is a funny... for a second there, I thought you were censoring my name, and then I looked at the keyboard and was like, right, Star's right next to that. Okay, that makes sense. How you doing, Holy Spokes? It's good to see you. That I keep the FPS really good? I mean, like I said, I know what I'm doing, right? The biggest issue that I've run into with the Dwarf Fortress community in my time playing this game... Hey, Narvicious, what's up? Your dwarf is still alive and well and manning the all of the trading duties and management duties. You are also 165 years old and could die at literally any time. So you're about as old as a dwarf can get. So shout-outs to your dwarf, Narvicious. Considering you were born in this fortress, you were raised and spent your whole life here. But where was I going with this? Right. For me, the biggest problem that I have with the Dwarf Fortress community is there's a lot of people who just assume that they're playing the game right, and then I explain to them that if you make these changes in your playstyle, it will improve the quality of your game significantly. And then their response to me is simply, so you want me to play the game the way it's not designed to be played. Insisting that is the only proper way to play the game, which is going to cause your gameplay to be significantly less pleasurable for the player. Psychon, thanks for the 23rd month. Damn, it's almost 2 fucking years, man. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Psychon? Keeping that subscription alive for 23 goddamn months. It's like 22 months longer than most people do anything for. That's longer probably than somebody who's watched my stream has been alive. If you put an exclamation point in front of it, it won't work, Angie. If you just type in beer, it'll work. Also, it's good to have you around. It's been a while, Angie. It's good to have you around. That's how chat wakes up. All you bloody lurkers. Cheers, go. Well, thanks guys for the beers. Ah, they've already left. Pity. Rip sub, Darren. But yeah, no. What are you doing? Oh, you're storing an 9-minute stockpile. Huh. Working on those tables and thrones. And those bookcases. Tough few months. I mean, it can be that bad, and it will be that bad going forward. But that's okay, because we're all in this together, right? Unless you're a billionaire, in which case then you're living on an island in the middle of nowhere and just ignoring the fact that everybody else exists. Yay! Anyway. I'm glad to hear that you're looking over the edge of that tough few months. Still watching this channel where this weird mad lad who plays, you know, video games and talks about Dwarf too much. A fresh dose of optimism. Yeah, I got lots of that. That's why people watch me. Optimism. Cries internally. You know, it's funny because I used to be an optimist. If you was a billionaire, I would know it. I'd be willing to bet money no billionaire has ever watched my stream. There are certainly people that are, you know, that have money that have watched and watched my streams, but I don't believe a billionaire has ever watched my stream. There was actually a time where when my teammate Bellinaire was streaming, he was playing Terraria. It was just average day. He had like, you know, 40 people watching or so. It was just trucking along, playing Terraria, enjoying Terraria, enjoying Terraria, enjoying Terraria. $1,000 donation out of nowhere. And it was just some random guy who literally apparently owns a Rocket League team for fun. And the only way he promotes the social media for this Rocket League team is he just goes into random streams and donates $1,000, clips their reaction, and posts it on Twitter. And they're real tips. He's just some random rich dude out of Saudi Arabia who owns a Rocket League team for fun. And that's how he promotes it through social media, is donating $1,000 at a time to random streamers and tweeting it out. Like, fucking bring that guy over here. I'll react to that. Hell yeah. That's an advertising strat you can get behind. It's probably, like, not really that profitable, but, like, you know. Although I'm in the very fortunate position of having people who support me and let me do this. Not a lot of people are in that position, so. Made 50 cloth shoes. And there we go. Still collecting the sand. But I can cancel that. Let's jump up to here. I would rather not get a like from Elon Musk. You know, it's funny. If I had the option between getting $1,000 of Elon Musk's money or none of Elon Musk's money, I would take none of Elon Musk's money. I kind of am not a huge fan of Elon. Also, if you were to get Elon Musk shout outs, you'd have to be playing Kerbal. That's a game he actually does watch on Twitch. Elon's almost as weird as me, and I don't really want his money. No, if he wants to just gift my dad a truck, that would be pretty cool. But I don't really want his money. With not being noticed by billionaires? Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. It's like I realize that Elon has his fans. I'm not really one of them. I'm not saying you can't be a fan of Elon. Go nuts. Go with God. Enjoy your life. Not my aesthetic. I like the electric truck. My dad really wants a Tesla truck because my dad's a crazy person. My dad is genuinely convinced that the Cybertruck, the original design, is the coolest looking thing he's ever seen. My dad is the one person who thinks that that is a really cool looking vehicle. Like I like electric vehicles, and I think those things look fucking stupid. Just looks super odd. Yeah, it's like young people think it's weird and dumb looking, but people in the older generation think that kids think that it's the cool thing. And I think that's what my dad thinks. My dad thinks that kids think that it's a cool thing, when in reality, I don't know any kids who think that the Tesla truck looks cool. Okay, well, Hobo's a kid that wants one. There you go. There's somebody in my generation that wants a Cybertruck. It's like a PS1 spaceship. No, I mean, here... Okay, hold on a second. Let's see if I can find this. Let's see if I can find this image. The Cybertruck is literally in GoldenEye. This is Nintendo 64's GoldenEye. Like, it's literally in GoldenEye. Quite literally. Basically, yeah, Psychon. You don't know if that, but it looks like, but you like the looks of the truck? I mean, I think it looks goofy as shit. But, like, I'm also not going to judge anybody who wants one. It's in GoldenEye. See, I want to see one of those things drive through a building. Because I read so much about supposedly how strong this thing is. I just want to see it drive through a building. That's what I want to see. Because apparently it's tough enough and powerful enough that it could do that. It could drive through brick walls, supposedly. So I want to see one do that. I want to see somebody buy a Tesla truck and break it. That's what I want to see. I want to see somebody with too much money on YouTube, like, drop a bus on it and see what happens. That's what I want to see. I want to see what, like, people with Mythbusters money could do. I mean, I hope that Mr. Beast gets, like, you know, shot into the sun with the rest of the assholes on the internet, but sure. I mean, somebody with, like, actual creativity and ingenuity and quality entertainment value, you know? Not somebody who's just like, hey, I threw $10,000 at this person, and yeah, now the kids are all thirsty because I didn't give them money. Fuck that guy. Fucking fuck that guy. God, I hate Mr. Beast so fucking much. The mishap where they damaged his window was brilliant. It was very, very funny when they broke the window. Then why are you running around giving him free promotion if you agree? If you agree with me, you shouldn't be promoting him. because people like him literally exist because people just blatantly like run around and promote him. It's funny. There's so many YouTubers and styles of YouTube videos that people hate. They hate. They claim they wish they would go away, yet they promote them all the time and talk about them and remind people that they exist and bring them up and mention them and talk about them and post them in chats and leave them in comments and talk to people about them and talk about how much they hate them, which is literally 99% of the free marketing that those fucks get on a Tuesday. Was the first big money person on YouTube you were thinking of? See, I was thinking like slow-mo guys, but you know, or like the hydraulic press channel. I want to see those guys get a Tesla. The hydraulic press channel, which is mostly just like let's like set Trump, the orange guy, or do you mean the real annoying orange? Mind. Because that could go two ways: real annoying orange or the President Trump, or ex-President Trump. President of something. Fuck knows what. All right, so this is going to be my new library. What do you guys think? I've been casually working on it in the background. Which means it's time to shut down the old library. And I'm going to need to spread it over 2 zones because it's so big. Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to stop talking about a political figure that's literally like, you know, the face of running a country, mind. Whereas it's real easy to just stop talking about a YouTuber that nobody likes. You know what I mean? So, like, on one hand, yes, everybody disliked him and couldn't stop talking about him because he's an important political figure. Whereas a YouTuber, if you want a YouTuber to cease existing and cease having a functional business model, simply cease promoting them. Right? Like, everybody hates Jake and Logan Paul, yet you see Jake and Logan Paul stuff everywhere all the time, right? So if people actually hated them, they would put their money where their mouth is and stop talking about them, right? But yes, I would absolutely watch the hydraulic press channel blow up a fucking Tesla truck. I would 100% watch that. Man, we've upgraded so much. We went from like the original tables, a bunch of mudstone and nice tables, and like a few silver tables and a couple crappy chests and coffers and like these plain old like stone bookcases, to like the library that we're building now, which is just like, let's move all of these books upstairs. Look at them all. There they all go. Or what about Cooler posted this link like right when the Tesla truck was announced of the Russian Tesla truck, which was just somebody who took like cardboard. It was I think cardboard, plexiglass, tinfoil, and like built a fake Tesla truck looking shell over top of like a tiny old Soviet era like car that would drive backwards faster than forwards. Basically just did that, and I find that absolutely hilarious. Like, that is some of the funniest shit you could do with a car, in my opinion. It's like, shout outs to that guy who did that. You've seen people make cardboard Ferraris. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that with a lot of sports cars, but it was just particularly funny with the Tesla truck, because it was like the next day, like right after this really weird looking vehicle gets announced, and then someone already built it out of cardboard. It's like, fuck yeah, you go. You do the thing. Like, you're living the hustle, and I respect it. New library is officially open for business, Jan. They're even storing the books up here. Do I have any fancy chests I could put up here? God, I've got so many bags. Could use the nice coffers. Let's make iron chest. 10 iron chests. I mean, That's like the time that me and a friend carried a cardboard drop box through the McDonald's drive-through when we were like 14, pretending to be in a car. He literally had a fucking. His parents had a fridge box in the backyard, and so we just went and grabbed that because they told us that we had to take a car through the drive-through and couldn't walk through the drive-through. So we went and got a cardboard box, and my friend made car noises. It didn't work. They didn't let us through the drive-through. We were very disappointed. Autumn has come. Stone, if you are present, give me a shout because we're about to get tributes. Autumn has come. And I need a toilet break. The annual tribute from the humans have arrived. Yeah, we'll do paperwork, and then I'm going to quickly take a toilet break and prep my lunch stuff. Today is going to be a toast day, so I don't have a sandwich made. Have I ever put chipped beef on toast? I mean, I've had beef on toast. Not in a long time, though. I'm pretty vegetarian these days. Don't have any rules against eating meat. I just don't ever have it in the house, so. Oh boy, let me know when you want me to scroll. Hey, look, dog meat. They brought us dog meat. And 10 dingo blood. They brought us marble book bindings. 25 bronze bolts. 25 fisherberry wine, a brown zircon. 1 iron anvil. 5 couches. I like how captions pick that up as couches. But yeah, Stone, let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. Bah, I don't even... Looking for the dog meat. Oh my god. A pig hoof scepter. Huh. Is it 2 hemp socks? I wonder if those are socks I sold them. Probably not. I need a stretch. Where does it split? There's an iron bow in there. Oh, I see the dog meat. Yeah, it's kind of in the middle. That's not so bad. That one's not so bad. I will be back in a sec, though. I'm going to go take a quick toilet break. All right, I return. Let's see what we got from the other people. So I stretched my back while I was standing up. Oh, that's an easy one. It sounded like popcorn. It was like actually kind of distressing sounding. It didn't hurt, but it sounded disturbing. I don't think backs are supposed to sound like popcorn, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I do not think that backs are supposed to sound like popcorn. Also, thank you to those of you who are keeping your subscriptions alive, but it looks like we just dipped beneath 300 subs. Just want to say to those of you who do keep your subscriptions up, thank you much. And thanks to those of you who gift subs, because otherwise we would probably be below 200. So thank you for helping keep those numbers up. Let's bring some of these up, because we are still, of course, setting up the library. It's going to take a while for us to fully get this library set up. And trust me, those couple dollars really assist paying my bills when you are able to. You have a good lurks, Animal. Thanks for hanging out today, man. I hope that those burritos have treated you well. Those were good-looking burritos, man. Kind of making me wish I had, like, you know, wraps and things to make burritos with. All right. Ficod says, I'm your liaison from Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Updates on the battles at the front of the war. And I think that we're just going to request black, bronze, and rose gold. And maybe just normal ass gold, too. If I even can't. I can't request normal ass gold. Okay. I will request some electrum then. They say, Sparkly, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Hey, Chad, heads up. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. What is the invest thing number box? Exclamation point tickets to see how many tickets you have, and you can invest those tickets for a chance to win more. It's a pointless gambling game that has nothing to do with anything, and you can completely ignore it if you like. It's mostly just a way of kind of tracking how many hours you have spent on the stream. It's sort of like the channel points on Twitch, except I had them way before channel points existed. And so I've kind of kept them around for legacy reasons more than anything. It's a sign that my channel is very old and refuses to change. Or I refuse to change how I run my channel, I guess. That's a big investment. Good luck, mind. It is rigged against you, so know that, but it's also a bit of fun. You didn't even know you had them? No, fair. I mean, that's often the case for a lot of people, is a lot of people just don't care, which is totally fine. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Gamble away your fake internet points, because who cares? Like, fuck yeah, just get rid of them. Have I played any Kojima games in the past? I've never owned a PlayStation. Well, that's not totally true. I owned a PlayStation 3, but only had like 4 games for it, and never really cared to play any more games on it because PlayStation controllers are too small for my big fucking hands, and they give me hand cramps, so I don't like playing them. So short answer is no. No, I have not. No, never really had any interest in it. I've watched quite a bit of gameplay of his style of game design, and I don't believe I would find his games to be particularly fun to play. I've kind of like looked at playing Death Stranding because I really enjoy games that have similar game loops to Death Stranding, and I probably would enjoy playing Death Stranding. That being said, I find the writing in that game to be kind of repulsive, so probably I don't really want to sit through the like half dozen full-length films in that movie. Or in that video game. So I kind of have no interest in actually playing it. Maybe if it was like a fucking 15-minute long cutscene at the beginning and end of the game, and then the rest of it was just good fucking gameplay, I'd be down, but like, nah. You'll grab Death Stranding if it ever goes 75% off or more? I'd grab it. Well, here's the thing. I'd have to spend more time in cutscenes than I'd actually care to, so. I like playing video games, not watching video games. Not a bad time for your first run of gambling your fake internet points, mind. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Although, rip number box. $67 keeps winning. Hey, man, if you figure out something that works, roll with it. They are still putting books away. We are still transporting books from the old library to the new library. Still. I mean, does it really matter if it's completely irrelevant? And they're still just putting it all into one bookshelf. Like, all of these books are in the one bookshelf. That's a lot of books. Went from jeans to nukes to super babies in Cold War Afghanistan. I mean, it's just an anime. Like, I don't know. I guess I don't think that that shit's all that crazy, because like I've seen that style of anime before, and that's all it really is. It's just anime. Like that's all that Metal Gear really is. Like I've watched most of MGS 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5 on Excessive Profanity's stream, and he takes his time and plays those games really slowly and stares at every log and listens to every bit of dialogue, kind of the way I played through Portal. And I don't know. It's just anime. It's convoluted for the sake of convoluted, not convoluted to be interesting. I mean, sure. A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys is probably my favorite name of a book in this particular fort. But History and Methods of Reproduction was a funny book I saw once. Not in this fortress, though. History and Methods of Reproduction. And I also had Reproduction, an ethical guide. A guide to ethical reproduction. Yes, it's just anime with military and Cold War jargon, pretty much. Well, I mean, like, watch any of the fucking Gundam series, and they're just about the same levels of silly, you know? Anime can be strange, like Portal to a Fancy World in Japan's army, and there's a wipe stiff. Or as the elves call it, Kama Sutra. Well, I think in that specific instance, it was actually animal studies. Like in Dwarf Fortress, scholars can study animals, animal patterns, animal eating habits, animal reproductive habits, and all sorts of other things about animals. So usually if they're writing things that sound really racy, they're probably just talking about like breeding dogs or cattle or something. Throw in scantily clad demons as well and perfect. I mean, sex sells, right, mind? So I wouldn't say it's strange. It makes perfect sense. Read Pulleys and More. They're pondering blood vessels. Read Hidden Meaning of Ignorance. I think it's good to move a library every so often because it seems like a lot of these books are being read for the first time again by a lot of dwarves. See if there's any instruments I could fit in here. Sure, we'll throw a couple green glass ices. No, totally. I mean, absolutely. Like, you wanna learn all about how to cut the nuts off of a cow. There's books and 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 books about them in real life. Death Note? Best anime? That's like saying saying Death Note is the best anime is like the equivalent of saying Nickelback writes the best music. It's like the most popular thing. Like, I don't mind Death Note. Death Note's pretty good, but I wouldn't say it's the best anime. Was Grave of the Fireflies? That's not really an anime. That's, well, it's not that's an anime film. That's just a movie. But Grave of the Fireflies is incredible. I adore Grave of the Fireflies. Absolutely beautiful movie. Oh, Evangelion is significantly weirder than fucking Metal Gear. It's like, for people who think that Metal Gear is weird, it's like, oh man, you should, if you haven't seen Ava, you should fucking watch Ava. Or read Ava, because, although, here's the problem with Ava is like a self-referential and deconstruction critique of mecha anime, and throwing mecha anime tropes out the window. So in order to kind of watch and get Evangelion, you kind of need to have seen at least one or two series of Gundam or another mecha anime like Erica 7 or something to kind of get what it's talking about and what it's critiquing. Otherwise, it's just weird. That being said, I fucking love Ava. Ava's great. Also, fair opinion to have, mind. Is Gundam a specific production or is it a genre? Gundam is a, well, Hobo, do you want to explain Gundams to the chat? Somebody here who builds Gundams want to explain Gundams to the chat? All I have to say is practice safe Zex. Use a Gundam. No, Gundam is like the most popular set of series and stories in the mecha anime subgenre. You've never seen Gundam? Okay, so I know more about Gundam than you. That's upsetting. Also a very popular set of toys and model kits, which make buttloads of money. It's not a subgenre. It's a set of series in a mecha anime. That's like saying that Metal Gear Solid is a subgenre of stealth action games. Not really. It's not a subgenre in and of itself. It's a very popular brand name. It's like saying that the Marvel Cinematic Universe is a subgenre of superhero movies, which is almost true at this point. There's also a life-size Gundam in Japan. Look at all of those books that we are still emptying out of this fucking library. This is actually ridiculous. Life-size Gundam. Hold on, just let me look it up. Life-size Gundam. See, it's a real life. It's a real life weeb stat. Chew. It's a 1-to-1 scale Gundam. That exists. It's Japan. Well, yeah, Gundam is made in Japan, so naturally. So a really great one you don't remember it straight off the top of your head. It was about this guy who travels back in time over and over to earlier in his life to try to stop a murder. That could be like 4 anime that I could think of. I could think of a few anime that have basically that storyline. Oh my god, this is gonna take us 7,000 years. Everybody's left food in their bedroom. Joscraft, what were you asking about? Those little rooms on the left? Those little rooms on the left are literally just bedrooms. Those are all of my dwarves' living spaces. Yeah, somebody up there always leaves food in their bedrooms. Like there's strawberries in every other bedroom right now. But right now we are running all of our books from our library down in the lower library down here up to the upper library. As well as all of the unwritten choirs that are all being taken up this very precarious thin staircase to up here. Over here, which is the new library. So hopefully this will mean many new books will be written and... I mean, a lot of the art in anime is beautiful. There was 4 bedrooms with miasma in them earlier today, Stone. 4 bedrooms. 4. I am very much not into anime. I've learned a lot about anime through osmosis. My ex-girlfriend was very, 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 very much obsessed with anime. Anime, cosplay, and everything kind of related to anime. I am not. Never have been, probably never will be. I have seen my fair share of anime over the years, and there's quite a few that I enjoy, but I'm nowhere near close to a weeb or a otaku, as some people call them. I know enough about anime to be able to talk about it competently, but that's about it. Did it get bothersome at times? That's a funny question. identity get bothersome at times. I don't like owning a lot of things. And even now, it's like with my record collection, it's like I own a few hundred or not a few hundred, but like I own probably over 100 records. A keyboard and a synthesizer, 2 computers, a bunch of monitors, and I own stuff. But like, my ex had 5 bookshelves worth of manga and anime in this tiny ass apartment. That was just the bookshelves. She had probably thousands of dollars in DVDs and Blu-rays. Maybe more than that. She had a storage unit filled with cosplay stuff and would frequently like cover the floor with like costume making supplies, which is why I've sworn I'm never going to live with another cosplayer. But like there's something that like people who've watched my stream since the before times into the current times, you may have noticed that the quality of my stream went up pretty considerably when my ex moved out. Nice backdrop, nicer microphone, nicer audio equipment. The reason for that is I have space for it because my stuff was relegated to one desk. And I had a very specific size of desk, and I wasn't allowed to get a bigger desk because it would encroach on her space. And I remember having like multiple discussions about like, hey, can we like move the bookshelf out of the corner of the apartment so that I could, like, could we move some more of this stuff out so that I can expand my business and like increase the quality of my stream and whatnot? And it was always a flat nope. So I never actually got the opportunity to do any of that stuff that I wanted to do to increase the quality of my streams back then. So like, within 6 months of my ex leaving, the quality of my streams like tripled. Like the audio quality went up, the camera quality went up, everything went up because I wasn't like funding her hobbies anymore. You're bitter for me. If you knew details that I don't want to spread publicly, you'd be twice as bitter. Maybe more. This dwarf really likes reading. I'm just going to make you into another scribe because I already have a bunch of scholars, but I need another scribe. So this dwarf is just going to go copy books. And now that I've started up a new library, I'm hoping that we'll be able to, keep at this. But at the end of the day, like I'm not that bitter these days. I was extremely bitter for a while. Mostly over it these days. I'm more just like happy, honestly, that I'm still able to do this full time. Because it was kind of, I guess, against all odds that I would be able to continue streaming full time after my ex left because I wasn't making enough money. But people stepped up and funded the Patreon and have continued funding this channel. Like my monthly income went up, not considerably, but like a good 30%, enough to kind of cover the difference of having to, like actually, like she would help me with rent sometimes. So I'd say about 50% of the time she would pay less than half of the rent. But you guys have kind of stepped up and have covered that, and I'm still here full time, and I still stream just as much as I always did, which is, I think, the most impressive thing out of that whole incident. When you were back in high school, you wanted to ask a girl out, but she was into anime and you had no clue. You got one season of Bleach. Oh, I'm so sorry. You watched it. Didn't really work out in the end. No, I mean, that's a fair reason to tuck tail and fucking run. It's a fair reason. Neil, thanks for the host, man. Hope you've been well. Feels fondness remembering when talking with a friend. Keep talking with your friends, dwarves. This library is so much better equipped than the old one. Why would they say that they're rare? What? Who? What? What? That's no. I mean, it's one of the most popular subcultures. What are you talking about? Where did you get that stat from, or that thing to say from? People who watch anime are like, there's lots of them. It's a huge goddamn community. They have their own conventions. What? And I've been to them. I guess I don't understand the question. No, absolutely. Number box. Hey, Neil. Hope you're doing well, man. Thanks for the host, as always. Looks like we may finally be done moving all of this shit up into the upstairs area. I mean, I enjoy watching an anime every now and again. Every now and again, I'll watch a bit of anime, but I am very far from being a member of the anime fandom. I never have been. My ex tried to force me into it. It certainly didn't work. Did I create the library? I mean, I don't have any direct control over what the dwarves do, but I have control over their jobs and the placement of every construction. So all of this stuff, everything you see here, I designated by hand to be built, and assigned the dwarves so that they go about building it. Like all of this stuff was laid out and built by hand by me. But the dwarves actually go about doing the tasks. I simply give them the orders and they go do it. It's just like any other city builder. You don't control any of the individual little people themselves. Like, I can look at them and get information about the dwarves and figure out what they'd like to do, and I can completely ignore it or just allow them to do it. Speaking of, this dwarf wants to do stuff in the military. I think I should get all my squads training for a bit. I don't know. I guess kind of my problem, Ultimate, is that people talk about anime fans like they are a different species, which they are very much not. They actually have a lot in common with people who play video games. And there's also a lot of overlap between people who play a lot of video games. No, it's not even close to the same amount of control as RimWorld. RimWorld claims to... RimWorld is almost like Sims level of control. Dwarf Fortress is very far from that. Which is why I argue that RimWorld is a completely different genre of game. RimWorld is like The Sims. This is much more like a city builder where it's hands-off. I don't actually control any of the dwarves. But if you want to play Adventure Mode in Dwarf Fortress, Adventure Mode, you control one character and you can just freely roam around the open world that the game generates for you. Which makes the game into a single-player open-world RPG. As a to-do list in fantasy settings, it's more like playing D&D by yourself. And you are the dungeon master and the players. Is you don't like The Sims? The difference between The Sims and the RimWorld is you don't like The Sims. Well, that's your opinion. Like granular info in City Skylines. If you think City Skylines has granular info, you've never seen a game with good granular info. This game lets you have about as much control over it as you want. You can be very hands-off or very hands-on. With the dwarves, you can very much micromanage every single one of your dwarves and give them very specific tasks. Or you can very much macro-manage the game and let it almost play itself. You kind of have a lot of freedom to just do whatever you want with it, which is part of the fun of DF. I saw a dwarf tell the story of a masterful hemp cloth created by Simplex in the eternal adventure of time at Longdeath in the early spring of 138 and at the simple dinner, and it is interesting. That must be a very interesting story about a dwarf making a legendary piece of cloth. Oh, I never. I mean, it's just that you were referencing City Skylines, and I'm just saying that this is. Oh, you were saying if City Skylines had that level of granular info. Okay, I get what you're saying. I mean, fair. Yeah, totally. I mean, the thing that I always say to people is like, if you think the Dwarf Fortress looks even remotely interesting, try it. It's free, right? Like, it's especially if you've played games like RimWorld, it's nowhere near as hard to learn as people claim it is. It's got some weird verbal eccentricities and some weird hotkeys, but if you're capable of reading and you are capable of typing on a computer keyboard, you are capable of playing Dwarf Fortress because it's just a matter of reading the wiki and playing slowly. And you can learn hotkeys if you can type. It's not the same hotkeys as Vim, but it's similar levels of hotkeys. the hotkeys are not the same. There are some parallels, but it's similar numbers of keys, yes. Well, it's like, I mean, I played fucking TIE Fighter when I was like 7 years old, so TIE Fighter had more hotkeys than this. Granted, it had a keyboard overlay, but TIE Fighter had more hotkeys than this game. Quite a lot of supporting material to guide the player. It's got lots of online like YouTube tutorials and guides, and there's a fucking book. Like there's of course Twitch streams as well, and people like myself who will just show you stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that you need to play it or anything, but it's like if you have a passing interest in trying the game, it'll make the act of watching it more fun, and it will also potentially be a really interesting learning experience for anybody who hasn't had the opportunity to play it yet. Also, like, it is, the original inspiration for Minecraft, which is like wild if you think about it. Well, the simple timeline for it is Dwarf Fortress existed in 2006, right? 2007, a little game was made called Infiniminer, which was made by the dude who would go on to found Zachtronics. That's not true. Totally. Kyrad. Just give me a second. So a game called Infiniminer became a thing that existed. Now, Infiniminer was a multiplayer first-person shooter where you would build your level in a Minecraft style and then play a deathmatch game in the map that you built. And it was a free game that eventually became open source. Somebody used that code to make a visualizer from the open source fork of Infiniminer, used it as a visualizer for Dwarf Fortress. Then Notch made a Infiniminer clone he called Minecraft, and then incorporated some ideas from Dwarf Fortress's level generation into Minecraft and used it as part of his original selling. The source code was leaked and then he open sourced it, yes. But after that, he open sourced Infiniminer. So Infiniminer was a thing, source code got leaked, and then he open sourced it. Which is very unfortunate that he did that, because it basically made it impossible for him to make any money off of it. So then Notch made Minecraft, which was an Infiniminer clone, and incorporated some ideas from Dwarf Fortress into it. Dwarf Fortress then took some ideas from Minecraft and incorporated it into them, which is why we have the trees the way we are in Dwarf Fortress. From there, games like RimWorld, games like No Moria, most of the modern colony builders that you see have some basis in Dwarf Fortress inspiration-wise. Then, of course, the Battle Royale genre partially exists because of Minecraft. Fortnite was a Minecraft clone, and originally, before it became a tower defense game and then later became a Battle Royale game. So, of course, it became a Minecraft clone, which people... or it was originally a Minecraft clone before it became a tower defense and then later on a battle royale game, because that game was in development for like 9 years or something fucking wild like that. So Dwarf Fortress is to blame for the existence of Fortnite. Also, one of 2 games that are in the Museum of Modern Art in New York. One of 2 games that this game is in Museum of Modern Art in New York, which is good. This dwarf is a little happier now. Sweet. Also, it's freeware. It's literally free. You can just go download it. And even once it's out on Steam, the version without graphics and music will still be free and still be updated alongside of the Steam version. DF led to Fortnite. Well, all I'm saying is DF is one of the most important and most influential games in history. Just period. Right? If we go back further, we can blame Rogue. No, yeah, totally. I mean, well, man, you want me to talk about Rogue and roguelikes and like their basis in like procedural generation being figured out in universities, and then at the same time, these university professors are turning around and like just designing little games using these ideas that they'd only just figured out on brand new computer tech. Like all that shit's just so fascinating. I mean, here's the thing, right? If you want that, allow me to introduce you to Sanctum by Coffee Stain Studios, the people who went on to go make a little game called Goat Simulator, and also Satisfactory. So if you really want to just like build bases and play a tower defense game with friends in first person, literally just fucking play Sanctum. Literally, that game exists. Also, I just like reminding people that the people who made Satisfactory made Goat Simulator. I like reminding people that. And they're also publishing Valheim. So just remember that the Goat Simulator people have their talons in Valheim. Oh no, it looks like someone I know is having stream issues. That sucks. I keep getting notifications that different streams are live. I just got 2 that Bellinair are live. I just checked his channel, and he's still live and doesn't look like it dropped. I don't know. I just got notifications for, yeah, literally every fucking channel I follow. So there's 28 streams that I follow right now that are all live, and I just got a notification for every single one of them going live. What the fuck just happened with Twitch? You okay there, Twitch? Wild. Something's breaking. Absolute clown fest. I mean, Goat Simulator is one of the best examples of slapstick comedy in video games. Yeah, something's twitching. That's for sure. You can say that shit again. Something's twitching. Don't know what, but something is. Wondering how long I should let my military train for. Oh, another thing that I do to keep dwarves from panicking, for those of you who are maybe a little bit newer to Dwarf Fort or don't play it as much, is there are some dwarves that will get weirdly whiny. And they're not good matches for the military at all. And their biggest complaint is that they want to practice some martial art. Just put them in a squad with no armor and no weapons or anything and just let them train military stuff. And they will just go and, like, you know, wrestle. And then you'll have a bunch of wrestlers, but it'll keep them exceptionally happy. Like, I've got a bunch of dwarves that are great at all other things, would be horrible in the military because they're easily stressed, but love working out. I think Dwarf Fortress just has a lot more fucking chads than people realize. How am I? You're back from running errands? I'm doing all right today. I'm doing all right. I need to go do lunch at some point soon, but I'm just not hungry. I'm just not hungry today. I don't know. It's weird. I haven't eaten anything today, really. We can also blame Adventure or D&D for Rogue. Adventure? But Rogue is older than Adventure. What? Unless you're talking about an adventure that I'm not familiar with. Conky. I don't know. I love the existence of the roguelike subgenre, and I really wish it was a more commercially viable subgenre. Because traditional roguelikes as they sit currently are not a very commercially viable subgenre, which is why I promote them so much. And why I try and convince more people to play them. I mean, if you had like a dozen coins propelled at you at 200 miles an hour, you would fly to pieces too, Frosted Claws. That's just logic. I've killed goblins with water pressure in Dwarf Fortress. Not even just drowning, like literally the impact of a wave of water hitting them and slamming them against the wall has crushed their bones. So, you know, you want to see some funny, like funny ways to kill things. Shooting coins at things are like one of the less shocking things that you can do to kill people in DF. So I'm in a Discord, and this Discord is talking about a YouTube channel that I will not name. I know the people who run that YouTube channel and know the person who ran it and gave him an idea at a fan meetup for a video game to start doing this channel. And there's people on this Discord talking about how, like, it's my friend that runs this YouTube channel, basically. And I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this Discord and seeing them praise this guy's work. Not Krug Smash, to be clear. Seeing them praise this guy's work, and I'm sitting there going, do I say that I know this person and just flex or not say anything? I think I should just not say anything, yeah? I think I should just not say anything. You might need to play this game again. I mean, right now is like the best time to play it ever. Maybe not ever, but like at least in recent memory, because we just recently got a patch. And the most recent patch toned down, I'm not going to say fixed, but toned down the difficulty of stress management. For a while there, Dwarf Fortress was incredibly difficult to manage stress-wise for a lot of people. Like the actual stress of the dwarves was very difficult to manage. But currently it's at its most balanced and new player or old player, I guess, friendly point than it has been since the introduction of stress originally. That being said, if you're like me and Freskins and really enjoy the high stress management, like I'm playing on an older patch. This is not the most recent version of the game. This is one patch behind that I'm currently playing on. And I like it more where it's at here. What's the ETA on the Steam version? Fingers crossed this year. It'll be out next year. Mark my fucking words. But fingers crossed it'll be out this year. If anything keeps it from coming out this year, it'll be Tarn moving, because Tarn is having to move in July. You've drank 6 beers. Jesus, man. Chat, can I get 6 beers for Freskins? 6 beers, stat. What's the occasion, Freskins? That's 6. There you go. Couple 6-packs in chat. Feels good. Sister's birthday. I'd do it. I'd do it, man. Tell your sister a happy birthday from stranger on the internet. Or don't. That's up to you. It's completely unrelated, but you need to share this one with everyone. Well, feel free to share something completely unrelated with everyone. You still have mead to drink? Have you had any of it yet? Any of the mead, that is. Speaking of things that are totally unrelated but are cool to share, I watched that 40-second video of a helicopter taking off on Mars. And you know what? Reminds me of the toy helicopter that I had when I was a little kid, and that makes me kind of happy. It looks very similar to that. The fact that it looks very similar to that makes me very happy. $1 billion toy helicopter on Mars. Fuck yeah. I don't know. I think it's kind of cool to see that. I mean, it's something that we got to do, right? You had Canadian beers? Are we talking good quality Canadian beers or are we talking crappy quality Canadian beers? Feel free to take pictures of cans or bottles or whatever you had and stick them on Discord unless you literally just do that. Ooh, what is this? Radio Mothership. Radio the Mothership. Not one I recognize. Imperial IPA. God. Jealous. Sax, thanks for the raid. Shit, dude. You in a crowd today. How's things? Cheers. Your local Toyota has a commercial with their kid, and the kid was fucking styling, and he had a 90s getup with red tinted glasses. A nice ass white suit. When you said 90s styling, I was expecting you to go the crisscross route with like the big pants on backwards. A lot of people have been enjoying Star Sector. I actually, I have proof. I reinstalled Star Sector. It's down there, meaning I'm one step closer to maybe playing it in 5 years. I bought it when it was called Starfarer because I actually had to go like dig up my original like you paid for this thing email to find the code for it. And yeah, I bought it in 2013 and I never actually played it. And it said, your code for Starfarer is here. Turns out like everything's still exactly identical aside from the fact that it's not called Starfarer anymore. I mean, it hasn't been released, Freskins. Yeah, I don't believe I want to say like I installed it back when I initially downloaded it, but yeah, no, I haven't actually played it. I'll get to it. I don't know. I've got so many other things I need to play. I got so many things I need to play. Yeah, what is Star Sector? Star Sector, well, Evil Trick, my teammate's been streaming a lot of it. It's kind of like Mountain Blade in space, but with starships, and it's like top down. So it's like a top down fleet building game with like some pretty in-depth civilization building as well. So you're like capturing and making settlements and like building up an army and taking over the galaxy. But and there's a bunch of different factions that you can join or fight, go to war with, and you could just be a fucking smuggler or something. You think you have that game on your wish list? Well, it's not on Steam, so you couldn't have it on your wish list if you're talking about like on Steam wish lists and stuff. Hamilton, Ontario. Yeah, that would be why I wouldn't have seen it. The furthest away beer that I frequently see around here, Friskins, are like Edmonton. Like Canada's such a big country. Like there's one or two breweries that I see out here from like Ontario and Quebec, and that's about it. That absolutely hates top-down view in games. That's odd, but okay. Sure, why not? I am a sucker for isometric games. Damn factions kept sending shit to destroy you, and you went and killed them all. Was some kind of faction on the planet that wouldn't die. Yeah, you can only buy it from their website with the super outdated payment method. It's kind of genius though, and it's funny because like people are screaming at them to like put it on Steam, right? But like they get 100%. They're like no one's taking a cut whenever you buy the game. So. I mean, the big breweries from my area are Mission Springs, Driftwood, Phillips Brewing, Hoyne, Granville Island, Whistler Brewing, and I mean, there's some other ones, but those are the big ones. Purely in Subway gift cards. No, it's definitely like put in your credit card number. Me? You didn't take me as the kind of person to play something like Roller Coaster Tycoon? The fuck kind of person do you take me for? I only have 2,000 hours on the Steam version of that. That doesn't even count the countless number of hours I have in off-Steam versions of that game. But yeah, no. Follow Evil Trick if you want to see Star Sector related things, because he's been doing a lot of that. Although be wary, he does have the weeb, some weeb mods installed, so everything is Men of Culture style. Although I'll be on his stream tomorrow. We're gonna be playing some Age of Empires, because tomorrow's my day off. But I do appear in other places on my day off usually. Satisfied after learning about the compilation of many summaries into a single text. What? The compilation of many summaries into a single text. Hold on a second. I think that my king has created a new type of book. Because one of the things that I've noticed about all of the books that we've written in this fortress is they're always one topic, right? But the first book I've really noticed is Kade Problems and Solutions, which is the history of that dwarf and a bunch of other random shit in this fortress with a bunch of pages. I think that's the first book that's multi-page, and considering this dwarf just said, satisfied after learning about the compilation of many summaries into a single text, I think that we've discovered how to write multi-chapter books. Anyway. I mean, I played Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 1, Roller Coaster Tycoon, Transport Tycoon. What other Tycoon games? Sid Meier's Railroads, Civilization, fucking Reader Rabbit. What other games did I play? Magic School Bus, Rogue, Moria, Adom, Tales from Middle-earth, Halo. I played a lot of games. I don't know. It's because you don't necessarily take me for the kind of person to play a specific game. I mean, I have countless hours spent designing theme parks and... Oh, hold on a second. This is a collective arts brewing? Okay, never mind. I do actually know this brewery. Because you didn't take a photo of this the first time, Freskins. I do actually know this brewery. I do actually know that brewery. They make one of my favorite dry hopped sours ever. And I've drank a lot of those. Collective Arts makes really good shit. Does it have a fancy label, Freskins? Yeah, no, the other shot like actually caught the name of the brewery. Because Collective Arts, well, Collective Arts isn't a brewery. Collective Arts is a collection of breweries that brew specific single runs of brews for Collective Arts, which is the Ontario Arts Association. And then they pair the specific single runs of basically limited time beers with an artist, and they draw a unique can for each one. So every single one of those, like, I haven't had that one specifically because I've been away from As I haven't had that one specifically, but if it has the Collective Arts label stuck on it, then I've had other beers from Collective Arts. Not that one, though. Has the National Alcohols Dispensaries label on it? Is that what that label is? Because it looks like the Collective Arts label, and it says Collective Arts. So I don't know which one you're talking about. Art on it is amazing. Of course it is, if it's Collective Arts. It says Collective Arts. Collective Arts. That's the label I'm talking about. But you've been trying to get your hands on a single run beer based on a Bronze Age recipe. Why, if you don't drink? What's the point of that? What's the interest, I guess? Well, I hate Factorio, so you got that right. But opinions and tastes change over the years, right? Like, you probably also wouldn't take me for the sort of person to have 12,000 hours in League of Legends, but I'm not going to say that I don't have 12,000 hours in League of Legends, but I'm also not going to confirm that I have 12,000 hours in League of Legends. But I may or may not have 4 League of Legends accounts that add up to 12,000 hours. You also probably wouldn't take me for the sort of person to really like Counter-Strike, but I definitely played for a semi-professional Counter-Strike team for a couple of years and won like $100 in tournaments and a free headset. So, you know. Still be cool to try. Sounds like it would be wasted on you then. No offense. Also, I don't drink very much these days because it triggers my depression to a level where it's like I have a beer and within 6 hours I'm rocking back and forth on the floor, banging my head against the wall, wishing I was dead. And yeah, that's not exactly a good dead space to be when drinking alone. So I try not to drink these days. I try not to. I do drink occasionally, though. It's just small amounts. Nowhere near as much as I used to. That just means that the next time I go to a convention, Hobo's getting more of my drink tickets than he did previously. Yeah, that definitely looks like a Collective Arts can. Damn, that's cool, actually. Drinking in VR chat has been interesting. I'd be terrified of, like, spilling. Dry hop sour. Okay, hold on. Let me just go to Collective Arts website because they have like an archive. I can show you ones that I've had. Because the thing about Collective Arts is it's actually like multiple breweries, right? So they're not all the same breweries. Also, if you like the art, they sell them in prints, which, you know, I should probably buy some of those actually. Because, like, I don't know. I've definitely had beers with these. And these are some pretty nice prints. Anyway. Let me just find you the ones that I've had before. All right. I've had IPA number 15. I've had this one, Jam Up. I've had this one, the Bourbon Barrel Aged Imperial Porter. Had that as a celebration thing. What else do they currently have? I've also had this one, Saint of Circumstance, Blondale. But a lot of the ones that I've had previously are not currently here. A lot of this stuff is like Yeah, because all of this stuff cycles, right? Do they have any other year-round things right now? Yeah. No, I haven't had any of these because they change so frequently. Very worried about that one depressed dwarf. Although you're doing a bit better. I haven't tantrumed yet, so there's that. Yeah, well, the thing is what it is it's an arts group, right? So they it's like the art it's the art institute of not the shitty school, but the like Society of Arts in Ontario made it as a brewery to feature Canadian breweries. So every single one of those beers is made by a different Canadian brewery that wins awards. You basically have to win national Canadian beer awards to qualify to make a beer for Collective Arts. And then they pair you with an artist. The artist draws the can label. So in order to become an artist for Collective Arts, you have to win similar awards. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing. Also, if you guys could do me a huge favor, if you could go lurk in Dwarf's stream, he's doing some charity stuff. So he's doing some Extra Life Minecraft stuff. If you could just like pop it up in another tab and give that dude some support, that would be rad. And also, like, you know, tell him I said hi. Also, we've hit spring. I don't know if Stone is still here, but we have collided with spring. And Urist, the merchant, has been found dead. And Lightas, the merchant, has also been found dead. Also, the annual tribute from Basti Jismak has arrived. I like how Lightas just died in the in the hospital. That's oddly convenient. Just let me double check that I actually have enough coffins here. Lightas and Urist. Looks like we did. All right. Good to know that you're present, Stone. Another brewery with really good labeling is Driftwood Brewing. If whenever people are like, Blind, what's your favorite brewery? If I had to just give you a knee-jerk reaction to what my favorite brewery is, it's this one, Driftwood. Driftwood's out of Vancouver Island. I've been to their brewery many times. Their most well-known beer is probably this one, Fat Tug IPA. It's generally available worldwide because I know people who found it in the UK. You can find it down in Florida. You can find it in Belgium. Like, that's how available that thing is. But these guys have some great can art. And also they have one I've never had before. Ooh. Like, I mean, come on. Look at that shit. That's some good fucking can art. I actually have a few patches for their seasonal beers, which, well, actually I could just go fucking grab it. But they look like metal band logos. They're fucking great. Oh, that's not too bad. Native gold blocks. Fancy. Damn. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Just looking for that block. There it is. Native gold block. Oopsies, that's the wrong button. Let's jump back up here. I'm gonna go grab that patch. I'll be back in a sec. This is it. Son of the Morning. It's not nearly as good as the old Cellar Dweller barley wine logo, but it's pretty fucking good. You had kittens. Aww. That's adorable. Little kitties. Mom looks pissed. She's got a flashlight in her eyes. Well, not a flashlight, but like... Mama cat looks upset. All right, chat. It's 3 p.m. So I'm going to go quickly make myself a piece of toast. After I trade with the elves. I gotta do that. And then we'll keep streaming. Because I do need a little break at some point. And I should eat food or my doctor will yell at me. But yeah, no, it's cool that you were able to find a Collective Arts beer. Even if it's not one that I've had. Come on, Gremlin. Not getting my hopes up, though. Gremlin. Although, if we get a Gremlin, that would actually be, like, kind of annoying min-maxing to have for, like, ever. And the reason for that is, if we get a Gremlin, it means that we're going to have to feed it bones. Because Gremlins eat bones. And trade. What did you bring? Hope the YouTube subs number is nice. It's beyond nice now, actually. Brought me a unicorn, an emu, a wild boar, cow moose, wild boar, chipmunk, water buffalo. Unfortunately, I wanted a water buffalo high, not a water buffalo, which is very disappointing, but I'll take the plums and pecans. Man, I could go for just like a pile of fucking pecans right about now. I really could. No gremlin. I get very amused by the fact that cats look like demons when they have flash in their eyes. Alrighty, chat. You guys enjoy this wonderful ambience. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Did they bring a breeding pair of hedgehogs? Can you even breed vermin? Because hedgehogs are vermin. I don't know if that works that way. But there are 2 fluffy wamblers floating around the map from the very beginning of the fortress still. Because apparently they're immortal, and I didn't know that. So there's a few vermin tame fluffy wamblers that just live here. Anyway, I'm going to go get my food because I need some food in me or my body's going to cease working. So this is going to take me a couple minutes because I got to go make myself some toast. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. Please hang out and enjoy the stream. Enjoy the ambiance and watch the dwarves existing in the brand new library. They love it. And chat, if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat room. And if you're just lurking in the chat, just type in the word beer and let's see how many beers we can get. Big round of beers before I get back would be ideal. And I'll be back in hopefully less than 10 minutes.
Magma? Is that fucking magma?
All right, I return. Hi, King of Knolls. Sorry, you made it right in during my lunch break. Because it's been a long day. I don't think that was too long. All right. As far as dwarves go, many, many happy dwarves. How about that one whiny dwarf? You still whiny? Thob? Yep. Not getting any better either. Well, at least you didn't tantrum. Hey, Redbeard. What up, man? Thanks for your very simple but effective comments on the YouTube videos, by the way, Redbeard. All right, since we're up here, it's mid-spring. We now live here, even though the mayor wants something. Never mind, we don't live here. Quickly make some high boots, and then we'll live up here for a bit. What did Canada do now? Internet down in Tumbler Ridge, BC, after beaver chews through a fiber cable. I believe it. Yep. Also, is it bad that I know where Tumbler Ridge, BC is? I've been there. It's not a big town. It's a very, very, very small town. Read the last word story? There's probably a couple words for me to read. Potent potions stab duckbill platypuses into vengeful rage. Words said corn soup could surf. Wrong words improve my rate of payment. Dreams of money and coffee with cake. Streaming myself streaming. Eating water is derpy. 4. Please join the Discord and add words to that story. And then make me read it in 2 hours. That's a very Lamau Canada, though. I do. You know, honestly, if my internet went out and I learned that my internet went out because a beaver chewed through the fucking cable, I wouldn't even be mad. I wouldn't even be mad. I'm stealing that article, by the way. Stealing that article and posting it in my family Discord. And also the Halcyon Frequency Discord, because I can. So this dwarf, probably not going to be particularly helpful, but that's okay. You're headed to bed already, Stone. You have a good night. You have a good night, man. Blood vessels, conical water clocks, all that fun stuff. Also, thanks for letting me know, Stone, so I know to post those, well, post the screenshots on Discord. So I think we'll do another 30-ish minutes of Longdeath. We'll probably work our way around to summer again, maybe into fall, and then I want to play Sproggywood. I played Sproggywood a bunch when I was in hospital last year, but I don't remember much of it because I was in hospital. And those memories are foggy. So I kind of want to see how it plays on PC. And a cat is following you. You should stop and pet it. You should stop and pet it. I genuinely cannot remember the last time I was at a beach. With the exception... Well, actually, that's not true. Thanksgiving 2019 was the last time I went to a beach. Because that was the last time I went to my grandma's house. She lives on a beach. Sproggywood, well, spelled with an I. Sproggy with an I. Wood. But Sproggywood is almost unsearchable, but... This is Sproggywood. Sproggywood is a traditional roguelike by the people who made Caves of Cud. That I bought for $1 on Steam and played on my phone for a bit because it plays really well on phones. But it also is optimized for playing on PC, and it's a game that I've wanted to properly check out on the computer for a while. Like I said, I played it a bit on my phone when I was in hospital, but I didn't play very much. And also, I don't remember much of that, so playing it on PC will actually give me a proper take on it. It's one of those games people ask me about every now and again, so I feel like I should play it to just, like, let you guys see it and also, like, actually have a proper take on it myself. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All right, so Mayor is happy. Let's put Dwarves into the celebration room. So now we can hang out in the library as well as the tavern. Stopped and started running away. When I go outside sometimes to vape, there's one of my neighbor's cats will just come up and nuzzle my arm. It's quite cute. I like that cat. Big fluffy like gray cat will just like come right up to me and nuzzle my arm. Won't let me pet him if I'm like walking and he's in the middle of the sidewalk area. If I walk towards him, he'll like jump backwards and run away from me. But like if I'm just sitting there, he'll just walk up and nuzzle my arm. That it seems kind of like a depressed dwarf. It's probably one of the ones. Oh, no, it's patchwork. Once again, it's patchwork. We'll keep an eye on you. See if you cheer up a little bit. One of the reasons this dwarf was depressed earlier was not enough time around friends. So hopefully whatever you do here will help. Also, Hobo, that article that you posted has a really cute picture of a beaver. That's a good beaver picture. Also, how you liking Forza Horizon, Hobo? Did you buy that or did you get it on Game Pass? Really hairy wet beaver? Well, most beavers are hairy, and generally in their natural environments, they're probably wet. Given the type of animal that they are often wet. Because they're like semi-aquatic and like swimming. So it is a beaver in its natural environment to be wet. I mean, every dwarf that reads his book, Quivenir, seems to almost immediately get the subject of, are you actually able to attend meetings? I think you are. Every single time they read his book, they seem to get the thought of, oh, I have, what's the word I'm looking for? Learned how to write in a sequence of things. So I think that because they are getting that. Okay, so they seem to just get stuck. There's got to be some sort of pathing error with that. Let's just let you go conduct attend your meeting, and then I'm going to bring you out. I mean, I could have told you that. Assetto Corsa has a sim, whereas Forza Horizon is more of a not a funsies game. That's the wrong word for it, but it's much more arcadey. It's like the accessible racing sim. I guess. Well, it's not even a sim. It's like, that's like calling like Battlefield a sim. That's more like a racing game for normal people, not crazy people. Yeah, I've thought about installing it a couple of times through Game Pass, but like every time I think about it, I'm like, that shit's not expensive, but like a lot of space. And then I'm like, do I really, 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 really want that? Am I actually gonna play it? It's like 100+ gigs. And then I never do. Because I feel like with Game Pass, I install a lot of games and then never play them. You know that feeling? Yeah, what, installing games and then not playing them? Yeah. It's a problem. It's a problem. Bet AC was about the only proper racing game you had since you got them in the bundle and recently got the itch to play racing games. So after not being able to pass P8 out of 8 in the first novice race with the AI on this week, it's settings. You think Forza is better for your skill? No, definitely. No, I completely agree with that. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, this is kind of my speed of racing game. I almost bought this because it was on sale the other week. It was on sale 40% off, and I was like, like I'd be down to play some arcadey monster truck bullshit, but like, yeah, no, you'd never fucking catch me playing like Assetto Corsa or something. For reference, that's the studio who made the MX vs ATV games. Those games are still good. Like, MX versus ATV Reflex from 2010 is still good. It's made by those guys. This game? Maybe I should just fucking buy this shit and play this. Because this game is, like, it's still good. Might be 11 years old, but shit holds up. That's kind of my speed of racing games. That is my speed of racing games. That being said, that's a sponsored game that I did a while ago. The sponsored deal for the hovercraft racer, that game was pretty fucking good too. So, one ballista arrow and one high boot. Yeah, no, everybody who seems to read the King's Book seems to suddenly have the ability to, or I've learned the ability to write those types of books. So hopefully we'll get some more of those long books soon. Corvius Swade is a dwarf I don't check in with very often, but this dwarf is extremely happy with simple things. Just gets very happy being near a fine container and a fine gem window and happy talking with the gods, slept in a nice bedroom. It's like a little bit lonely, but such a happy dwarf. Also, it's really hard for me to read AC without thinking Assassin's Creed. Obo? Although every single year, the MotoGP sim racers come out, and I'm always very tempted because I love arcadey motorcycle games, but I know that I would hate the MotoGP games. Like, I know I'd never be able to play it. Like, it's front and back brakes and front and back power and leaning. It's like it's so much hand-eye coordination to actually play those games even remotely competently. So I know I wouldn't actually enjoy playing them, but Ace Combat. Too many ACs in video games, okay? Plain anime, Assetto Corsa, Assassin's Creed. Speaking of Assassin's Creed, did you guys hear about this? Hold up, I need to look up a thing real quick. Asheron's Call? Yeah, there you go. Animal Crossing. Did you guys see this? Because Mr. Ezio is a kid's book. They're making Assassin's Creed children books in French. Yeah. Yep. Gotta love, you know, children's books about, like, large amounts of mass murder. Mr. Tickle is a creep. I've never actually read any of those books. Like, I'm familiar with their existence, but I mean, it's more like Mr. Stabby, and Mr. Dead at that point. Yeah, no, I never actually read any of those. Like, I certainly had, like, you know, little kids' books that felt fondness from remembering making a friend. Who's your friend? Sparkly's your friend? Apostle's your friend? Oh, that's cute. Now go get married, you silly dwarf. This man kills for hire. Yes, also a children's book character. Exactly. This character kills religious people. Nothing of value was lost. Never read any books. I mean, thanks for chucking out a random sub into the community. Cheers, Red. Landed on Reslack. I know that person. Thanks, man. Cheers. But yeah, no, I had lots of Berenstain Bears. I had lots of books like that. Lots of Dr. Seuss, including some Dr. Seuss books that are now banned, which I think is kind of funny. Lots of Disney-related stuff. Mr. Stabby and Mr. Dead, a book on political assassination and why it's a good career choice. There's lots of political figures, and everybody always hates them, so you're never going to run out of labor. It's a good, like, careers choice, you know? There's always work available when it comes to killing rich, important people, because there's always rich, important people. It's just, you know, it's a logical business model. It's sort of like running a graveyard. People always dying. My neighbors probably think I'm nuts. But thank you, Redbeard, for gifting out a random sub. Cheers. Lead stonecrafting demonstration, pick up equipment. The amount of practice that goes into Mastering a skill is impressive. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Well, I mean, you're far from doing that, but... Barbers, assassins, and gravediggers all have one thing in common. There's always work available. You know, it's funny. I remember a friend of mine told me when I was younger, he's like, if you want to make a living for your whole life, get into entertainment. I remember asking him why, and he said, because people are always bored. You know what? It's not wrong. What's interesting is he ended up in political commentary as a pundit, writing articles. So he said to get into entertainment. Even he did that. Someone I haven't spoken with in a very long time. Although last time I spoke with him actually was, I DM'd him on Facebook in like 2015 to explain to him how to make his mic not sound like trash in the podcast he just started hosting. I sent him like a paragraph on how bad his audio was, and he just responded with, "Oh, thanks, man." Although it's one of the fun things about having this job is whenever I go over to my aunt and uncle's house on my mom's side, I get to explain to my aunt and uncle all of the fun video game stuff that they don't get because they're both school teachers, right? So my uncle teaches grade 7s and my aunt is a part-time substitute teacher for art classes specifically, and also a full-time caretaker of my grandmother. All four work with people at varying stages of madness and mortality, yes. The humans have arrived to trade once again, so it's that time. But yeah, no, because of that, I get to explain to them every time I go over there, like, all the video game stuff. Like, my uncle will always ask me questions. He's like, so, like, what are the kids playing these days? Like, what's the name of the game? What do you do in the game? Like, I always give him, like, this real quick, like, here's like everything you need to know about the games industry right now. if you do not know what's up. So last time I went over, which was actually relatively recently, it was around the time my grandmother got her first shot. I went over there and he asked me, so what is Among Us? Was like the first thing he said to me when I walked in. I was like, oh boy. He's surprised at how simple the game sounds and the fact that he thinks it's very silly that so many kids would be so obsessed with such a simple game of Mafia. Although my favorite family member thing was my uncle on the other side, who every time I see them during Christmas, because that's like the only time I see that side of the family, always tells me, please, like, talk about how awful your job is to your cousins. And then I look at him and I'm like, why? And he's like, because they really want to do what you do for a living, and I want them to have real stable careers. Like, man, fuck off, Steve. So all I'm saying is my cousin, my older cousin, who's like a competent adult with a full-time job, who is not one of the ones that I've been informed to dissuade from streaming, streams Factorio and Satisfactory and a few other games to a humble, small, new audience. He only just started streaming like this past year. His name is It's Maximus on Twitch, and you guys should go follow him so that we can make him big and famous, so that we can have 2 Twitch partners at Christmas get-togethers and make my younger cousins go nuts. Go give that man a follow. That's my goal. I want the two of us to get partnered so that we can tag team harass my younger cousins who desperately want to stream Fortnite for a living. Like literally, that was what one of my younger cousins said to me. Like last Christmas I went to, so I guess Christmas 2019. He was like, "So what do you stream?" And I'm sitting there in my Discord shirt with my Twitch shirt underneath it. This one, and of course my Discord hat and all of the other merch that I could like get together just to annoy them. And he was very distressed that I wasn't streaming Fortnite because that is a very poor decision for any streamer. Because obviously, if I was smart, I would stream the most popular game. And also, he asked, he's like, so how many Discords do you post your stream in when you go live? And I was like, what? He's like, well, you see, there's all these Discords that you can post your stream in, and then people host you, and then you go host them when you're done, and then like you lurk in their streams, and they lurk in your streams, and then your stream grows. And I'm like, well, that doesn't work. He goes, well, work for my friend. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't need that shit. I can get, 80 to 200 people on a good day without any of that. And he goes, whoa. Fucking 14-year-old impressed by my stupid antics over here on the internet. Our mayor has been reelected. Look at that. Fucking politics. It keeps going. Didn't go as expected. How so, pilot? How did things not quite go as expected? Did you crash? Well, obviously, I don't think you did, unless this is pilot reporting from the hospital. Hopefully the plane flew, right? I mean, I want a Fortnite tile set for my birthday. Because the whole thing that I'm going to do for my birthday is, well, I mean, I've already shown these, but I have the Shrek tile set, the B-movie tile set, and the Nicolas Cage's face tile set. So I kind of want a Fortnite tile set. And as part of my birthday, which I'm going to do as a charity stream, the more money we raise for charity, the more different, dumber tile sets I'm going to play. So the first few are going to be pretty standard. Like I'm going to download the good old classic Matrix tile set and do an install of that with like the green coloring, so it looks like the Matrix. I'm gonna install a bunch of various tile sets, a lot of popular ones, probably like Meph's tile set and a few other graphical ones, maybe like. And I'm just gonna click and drag the save over to the different installs. So every time we hit a milestone, I'll swap the tile set, with the hope of eventually reaching kind of stretch goals for stupid fucking meme tile sets like the Shrek tile set that I have. As soon as you arrived at the ATC airport, shut down because they had a COVID exposure in the tower. Fuck, that's spooky. Well, rip flying. I guess the tower is important for running an airport, but also like you're pretty isolated from the tower in an airplane. Like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be promoting that, but like, oh, you went flying. Okay, just the airport itself got shut down. Still spook. Oh, hey, Razlak. I hope Disnoff's real long stream went well. I saw he was still on when I woke up this morning. Certainly don't need those peach-faced lovebirds. Nor do I need any of these backpacks. I got so many fucking backpacks. Stop bringing me goddamn backpacks. Stream died? Ah, rip. That sucks. Is he having internet issues still? Because I know he was having issues the other day. Creepy as fuck. Yeah. Well, at least you were able to fly regardless. I'm always impressed by how quickly you get back. When you're just like, I'm going to go fly an airplane, and you're back in like 2 hours, it seems like. That sucks the stream died, though. I've had some fucking random stream crashing issues recently, and I've seen reports throughout Twitch of people's streams like just getting knocked offline for no fucking reason. So it's very weird. I don't know. Twitch has been like twitchy in ways that are not normal recently, and in ways that I do not like. So You know, maybe at that point it's for the best. If you've been streaming for 20 plus hours, eh, maybe just fucking go to sleep. Like, I'll be honest, if I did a subathon, or if I was capable of still doing long subathons like that, and I'd been streaming for 20 plus hours, and then randomly my stream just got booted offline, yeah, I'd just be like, fuck it, I'm going to bed. Fuck this shit. We are currently on year 215 of 1,000, by the way. Like, at that point, I'd just be like, yeah, I'm going to sleep. Fuck you guys. Like, no offense, chat room. Love you guys, but I'm going to bed. Let's finish trading with those humans. Bring more Sturf up. Yeah, I assumed I got auto-hosted. So we had, like, 70 people, and then we had 400 people. And I was like, whoa. I guess the marathon ended. Sounded ready for it to end anyway. Yeah, no, I get that. I've been there. Yeah, I used to live that life of fucking marathon streams. I meant, like, I don't know. I look back fondly and like when I did that stream of RimWorld. I want to fuck, man. When was it? It was when I had that spawn where a rock broke open the Ancient Danger right when I spawned in, and we immediately died to Scythers. Like, literally spawned in, and they were, like, open right next to us, and we died in, like, under 3 minutes. Because I did, like, a 36-hour stream that day. Well, days, I guess. I miss having the energy and physical ability to do that. Oh, you mean, like, one fucking line at a time? Yeah, that's how I used to watch pornography, man. It would take like 18 minutes to load the very crinkled up, low resolution JPEG. Good old days, man. Patience pays. Hey, Pink Fluffy, what up? Investments are open if anybody cares. And it's pixelated, of course it is. If that was still your top clip. I have it downloaded, I think. Yeah, no, all my clips got deleted alongside of the Clipocalypse. Now I think my top clip is actually the $5,000 tip for charity, which is still a RimWorld clip, oddly enough. Then hoard your damn tickets. Yep, it was the $5,000 charitable donation. Which still fucking melts my brain, by the way. This fucking shit? Just $5,171.91. Just still fucking breaks my brain. That was a $5,000 donation to Doctors Without Borders during my leg of the Hot Potato Charity Marathon. Which, like I said, still breaks my goddamn brain thinking about it. Because that is a bonkers amount of money. Why that amount specifically? Oh, it brought the total amount of donate. Well, I mean, I don't know who did it because it was anonymous, but it brought the total amount that we'd raised up to $17,000 on the dot. It was basically just like someone who doesn't like odd numbers making it an even number. Yeah, no, it was 5,000. Well, it's because it was an odd number in the total that we'd raised up until that point, and so they brought it up to an even number. Which, you know, makes a degree of sense. Where did I save my clips? I did download all of my clips. I should probably back them up. I should just like huck them up onto YouTube is what I should actually do with my clips. Just put them all up onto a secondary folder. Yeah, I have them all. They're on my computer. I found them. To which one? The $5,000 dono? I mean, you could just grab it off my channel page. I mean, just go to my channel right here. And then click on clips right here. And then sort by all time. It's right here. This one. You don't have that button? I mean, you do, but okay. Doesn't matter what platform you're watching on, you have access to that button. Mayor wants a great. No, it is. But you can disagree with me if you want. You just don't understand how the Twitch UX works. Unless you've like, modded your Twitch UX. Because, you could also click on this, my icon, which will take you to this screen. Okay, and then you could click on videos. And then you can go to popular clips, view all. Or, of course, you could click the little videos tab, which is underneath all streams. You could click that. You could wait for it to appear and then click that. There's plenty of ways that you could find it, but it's okay. Now you have a magical link. You feel so good, yet you are haggard and drawn due to the tremendous stresses placed on you. At least you haven't tantrumed yet. Multiple streamception, in fact, Pilot. Multiple streamception. Man, we're one sub away from 300 again. It's like, it feels like only this morning we were above 300 subscribers. Because it was only this morning, and then I lost a couple, because that happens. But yeah, thanks, Pilot, for padding out that sub count and keeping us at the 300 number. It's a big number. Now people can scream, "This is Sparta," and feel good about it. Because we are Sparta in this instance. Jack, can I get a couple rounds of beers? For the gifted sub. Welcome back, Pink. For 4 months. Oh no, Thob is throwing a tantrum. Let's see, are you going to go to prison? Are you going to punch somebody? Are you going to commit a crime? Are you going to do nothing and stand stationary while listening to music and tantruming internally? It isn't updating? Give it a minute. It takes Twitch a little bit to figure that out. Twitch still thinks I only have 299 subs. You're not allowed to swear. Well, fuck. Yes, you can. But, there are certain words you're not allowed to say. Swearing is perfectly allowed in this chat, though. Just mental angry, fuming while doing no wrong? I mean, nope. She punched somebody. Now she's punching people.
You fucking donkey!
You try. Punched a few people, actually. Everybody's going to go report crimes now. Oh, and the clip in chat. Yeah, because I was on the front page, and because it was a PG-13 rated event, so we weren't allowed to swear at all during the entirety of the charity event. It was one of the rules. So I was just sitting there and, like, you know, of course my normal response would have just been scream fuck as loudly as I possibly can and stand up. Pretty fucking hard. Yeah, I got very creative with non-swear words. I think I definitely dropped an F-bomb at one point, though. I did definitely swear at least once. But, you know. It's just like when I'm on my friend's streams and I'm not allowed to say bad words. It's like, well, good thing I got an on and off button for that stuff. All right, so 17 people reported the crime to the captain of the guard. And he's going to go beat the criminal. All right. So for starting a fight, here's your prison sentence. You get a beating. Let's see if you live through it. Okay, there's that. Ooh, ow. And you're chaining her up. All right. Well, you didn't kill her, so that's good. Enough to, like, spread blood. How badly did you beat her? Seems like he just punched her in the head a bunch. Punched her in the leg a whole bunch. Punched her in the arm. Punched her in the eye. Bruising the eyelid skin through the pigtail cloak. Damn. Literally, like, pulled her cloak over her head and then just started punching her in the head. That's pretty brutal, actually. Everybody gets a beating. This is true. Everybody does indeed get a beating. Well, no, we haven't had an everybody gets a beating setup since I accidentally traded a whole bunch of, like, mandated not tradable items. Which I've done twice in the history of Longdeath, which included, like, 2/3 of my dwarves getting beaten. And then the rest all getting put in prison. There go all the humans. Bye, guys. Guards are more criminal than the criminals? Yeah. Well, I mean, Dwarf Fortress crime system and, like, legal system is, well, less fucked up than the humans one. The humans one, it's not it's anything is legal if nobody notices or cares. Basically, like, if you get away with it, it's legal in the Dwarf Fortress human society. Whereas Dwarven societies just work with beatings. When you were a guard, you one-shot people. You didn't just fight. You were like one-punch dwarf. I keep having to, like, remove dwarves from their positions of power. It's like, I don't know if I necessarily want to make that comparison, though, Pilot Guy, because they're not doing it out of racism, right? Like, they're not doing it because it's a social minority or something, right? Like, that would be like having a dwarf that is a cop that goes around killing innocent dwarves for no reason, which isn't the situation here. It's kind of different than that. Like, it's not just straight up, like, racial inequalities and treating people differently. Everybody in Dwarf Fortress is treated the exact same way. Doesn't matter if you're the king in tantruming or if you're a peasant in tantruming. You're going to get your face caved in and you're going to get thrown in prison for 30 days. Doesn't matter if you punched somebody or committed 3 counts of mass murder. So I don't think that comparison is necessarily apt, the direct comparison to American cops, because I don't think that that's true. This is the ideal system. Everybody is treated equally and fairly and probably dead because... I mean, if, like, every single person who committed a crime just got punched in the head and thrown in prison for 30 days, that's pretty okay, frankly. I'd take that over, like, getting shot. I'm not too sure how the Elven justice system works. I could look it up on the wiki if you want. I don't know too much how of how their system works. I know that they're a religious bunch that put basically a tree pope in charge called a druid, and they eat their dead. Cannibalism doesn't work into their justice system. That is a like basically they will eat their war heroes after a battle. So they will go to war. They and after the battle is over, they will eat their own who died. But that's kind of the extent of their cannibalism. The problem is, though, you can be imprisoned by elves for carrying a ballista arrow. Why? Oh, you mean trying to sell them a ballista arrow? Where on earth did you hear that? I don't think you are saying anything true here. I mean, yeah, you can't sell elves ballista arrows because elves don't want things made out of trees. That's like if you have a friend over to your house who's vegan and you hand them a steak, they're going to look at you funny and be kind of offended, right? But the elves don't want to buy a ballista arrow, so why is that a problem? Just follow the fucking mandates and don't go against it. Okay, sure. Why is that a problem? I'm not allowed to take weed into the States, but I can buy weed here legally. So because it's illegal for me to take weed into the States, I shouldn't take weed into the States. It's currently illegal for my dwarves to sell ballista arrows to anybody. So we should keep our ballista arrows. Okay, don't sell ballista arrows. Done. Easy. Sometimes I'm not allowed to sell boots. Sometimes I'm not allowed to sell grates. Okay, don't sell those things then. Because dwarves have different sensibilities than elves and are not the polar opposite of elves. Besides, dwarves hold craftsdwarfship to the highest regard, so things created by dwarves are what dwarves value. Elves hold nature to the highest regard, so things created by nature are of the highest value. Meaning, dwarves like things that are created and crafted. They don't worship stones. They enjoy good craftsdwarfship, right? Whereas an elf wants a beautiful tree to be allowed to grow. So if you chop down that tree, you're committing a crime. But they're reasonable. They allow us to cut down 120 trees a year, which is like 115 more trees than I need to cut down a year. So who fucking cares? Elves and dwarves can coexist perfectly. It's not hard. Although, y'all have heard these discussions before. Burn all the trees? I mean, go on, have fun. I'll stay over here. Actually, ironically though, I mean, I'm not fucking. I would like to remind you though, Fluffy, that burning the trees, like if you pour lava on the surface, doesn't actually kill the trees and doesn't kill the trees. It just burns them. And the elves don't actually get bothered by that. So if you burn the trees by like pouring lava onto the surface of the map and set all of the trees on the whole map on fire, it won't actually upset the elves. Now, if you chop them down and then burn them, that will piss off the elves. But not the burning of them, just the chopping down of the trees. The burning of them is totally fine. Just don't chop them down. So you're a Minecraft tree squad? Anyway, hi Formal. How are you? Sorry, I'm in a little bit of a ramble. How's thing, man? Yes, volcano happened. Yes, there you go. Someone left you floating. That sucks. It's like leaving you hanging, but worse. It's like leaving you hanging, but worse. Also, the number updated, by the way, Pilot. I know it took a bit, but it updated. Hey, there we go. Keeping us at that big 300 number. I just realized it's a three-way tie for number one for most gifted subs this week. It's a three-way tie. Fucking hell. Cheers, guys. I do like, though, that we've coined Longdeath the soap opera of Dwarf Fort, though. Come on, dwarves. Make some fucking babies, please. I really don't want to do the arch crystal thing and lock you guys in your bedrooms. Did you see the most Canadian news story of the most Canadian news stories of all time? Which was spotted by my mod Hobo in chat. Internet down in Tumbler Ridge, BC, after a beaver chews through a fiber cable. It's not a very big town. 900 people have no internet. Thanks, CBC News. Canada, with the real news that matters. It's like, currently in the US, it's just like a fucking nightmare hellscapes. Meanwhile, in Canada, beaver chews down internet line. America, terrified of getting 5G connections. Canada, beaver chews down fiber cable. It's brilliant. Abso-fucking-lutely brilliant. So I'll have you know, Formal, I'm a little bit offended, right? Of course, you had legitimate reasons to, but you traveled to Seattle, and you didn't stop in Vancouver. Next time you travel to Seattle, there has to be a stopover in Vancouver, at least for a period of time. Well, you didn't stop here to hang. You flew over top of me, but didn't come over here to hang out with me. I guess during non-pandemic times, you have to do that trip again and say hi on the way. At least wave from the airplane while you're flying over top. I thought I'd be like, ew. I mean, probably, yeah. Also, I would have been like, hey, you expect me to leave my house? That's funny. I'm not a hermit by choice, my dude. I'm a hermit because of a fucking pandemic outside. Not because I want to be. 3-4 times a year, I used to randomly hang out with viewers who just happened to be in town. I don't have real friends. Might as well have more fake friends. I actually had like this fun realization the other day where I was just like, there's literally one friend that I have left who lives in the area who I've hung out with in the last 2 years. One friend left. The rest are all gone. It's amazing what living on the internet will do to you. Well, combine that with a pandemic, and there you go. Kaput. Finally moved the library up to the upper levels. It's beautiful. But yeah, when we're basically what I'm saying is when we're not in a pandemic, if you're flying over Vancouver, stop by here and I'll buy you a beer. Like, that's got to be a legitimate reason to hang out in Vancouver for a bit. Our drinking age is not, like, criminally ancient. Carbide fists are really good. Are you playing Cud? That's the only game I can think of that has carbide fists. You're playing the Cud? Good shit. Good shit, good shit. Play make believe. How is Patchwork doing? Yay! No longer depressed. Alrighty, Patchy. You go back to whatever the heck you were doing. But yeah, no. Before I can do any of that stuff, world's got to stop being a pandemic hellhand. That's the only thing better than diamond hands. I don't think diamond is a weapon. I don't think you can get diamond-related weapons. It's like, I know that game has nukes, but I don't think it has diamonds. I know there's jewels, but jewels are just added bling and added value, not actually, like, added hardness or weapon quality. Like, if you get a jeweled weapon, it's exactly the same as a not jeweled weapon. It's just worth more. So... And autumn has come. You know, I think autumn is where we're going to leave it off for today. So the stream timer says I've only been streaming for 6 hours and 23 minutes. That's actually wrong. I've actually been streaming for 7 hours, 7.5 hours. But my power went out for about 10 seconds earlier today, so it booted me offline. After the game's finished saving, I'm going to save this. We're going to cut it off here. We made a lot of progress today. We got the library finished fucking finally. Do I have any adamantium in this fort? Nah. No, I haven't even dug down to the second cavern layer yet. I mean, remember, we're going for year 1000, right? And we're in year 220. I got lots of time to do that. So, we're going to save time. And we'll pick this fort up again on Tuesday. But we're not done with the stream yet. We're going to keep streaming, probably for another 3-4 hours. Then I got some editing to do.